Accordingly, and in difference to the distance of our esteemed political leaders, I have agreed to yet again make a personal sacrifice by stepping down as the Speaker of this great assembly. Dear distinguished and gallant honorable members of this 10th assembly, occasionally we are confronted with esteemed overwhelming challenges in conflict management, but as a responsible leader, we will not bring down the legislative house. We collectively build in pursuit of justice and fairness. For those who have been unfairly verified for standing on the side of fair play, kindly take note that there will always be opportunity to right any wrong. I am entranced by the dialogue of personal messages, phone calls, public show of support, and groundswell of solidarity from a broad spectrum of our society. And indeed, our nation is blessed with great men and women of honor. It is my fervent hope that the leadership of our great party will continue to provide guidance and support for the aspiration of our people. I sincerely thank you all for your understanding and support. Just like we know that the party decision is supreme. At this point, I take a bow as your speaker, and I step down as your speaker of this great house. But before I leave, I have a little song. And I give the credit to one of our Islamic singers. Oreni, Oreni, ibi ẹlẹ́wàdé yìí náà, Oreni. Àwọn mọ̀ pé bẹ́ẹ̀ ni ká tó sáré bẹ́yìn kan mọ̀ pé bẹ́ẹ̀ ni ní ilé wa. God bless Lagos State and God bless Nigeria.
Order 2, Rule 10. Whenever vacancy in the office of Speaker or Deputy Speaker, whenever a vacancy has occurred in the office of the Speaker or Deputy Speaker during a session, the clerk shall report same to the House and shall forthwith proceed to the election of a new Speaker and a Deputy Speaker. So, as a result of this, I would like to call for election of the Deputy Speaker. Motion for election for the office of the Deputy Speaker, please.
Thank you very much. This is the opportunity and the time we have been waiting for. At this moment, I, Honorable Rauf Olawale Agesulaiman, representing Amuodofin Constituency 2, hereby in line with Nigerian Constitution 1999 as amended, Section 92, subsection 1, nominates the Right Honorable Speaker, the Right Honorable Meranda, Mojisola Lasbat, to take the chair of Deputy Speaker of Lagos State House of Assembly.
Any nominations?
comment. Thank you, Acting Clerk. I, Abiodun Orekoya, Honorable Abiodun Orekoya, represent Shomolu Constituency 1, hereby rise to second the motion of the nomination, of Right Honorable Mojisola Meranda to take the seat as the Deputy Speaker of this Honorable House. I so second.
Any further nominations? In the absence of no other nominations, I hereby declare Honorable Lasbat Meranda as the Deputy Speaker of the 10th Assembly. Thank you very much. The proposal and the seconder to move her to our rightful place, please. People Directorate.
Administration of oath of office to the office of the Deputy Speaker on the Honorable basis, Mojisola Meranda as the Deputy Speaker of the House of the 10th House of Assembly. Madam Chief, 10th House of Assembly, you have elected to stay on the ground. I, Right Honorable Mojisola Meranda, do solemnly swear that in the service of the state as the Deputy Speaker of the Lagos State House of Assembly, I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to the Lagos State of Nigeria at all times. I will not discriminate on the basis of religion, tribe, cause, or status, or practice any form of partiality in the performance of my official duties. I will always perform my official duties diligently and efficiently. I will not engage or be involved in any activities in conflict, either directly or indirectly, with the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria as amended. I will, in the performance of my official duties, trail and expose corruption in any of the spaces in and outside the public service. I will not communicate or reveal any matter which shall be brought under my consideration or shall come to my knowledge in the discharge of my official duties to any person except as may be required for the due discharge of my official duties or as may be officially permitted by the Speaker. I will always follow the path of justice, honesty, and concord among all the people of Lagos State in particular and Nigeria in general. In all of me. Thank you.
For the post of the Speaker,
Good afternoon, distinguished colleagues. I, Honorable Noim Adams, representing the good people of Intiosa Constituency 1, rise this afternoon to nominate Right Honorable Dr. Mudashiru Ajayobasa to take the chair as the Speaker of this prestigious Lagos State House of Assembly. I so nominate.
Good afternoon, Mr. Clark, our party leader, ladies and gentlemen. I, Honorable Prince Nureni Ayinde Akinsanya, representing the good people of Mushin, I rise to second the motion as moved. Thank you. I hereby second the nomination of Honorable Mudashiru Ajayobasa as the Speaker, Lagos State House of Assembly. Thank you.
any other nominations? Any other nominations? Any other nominations? In view of no other nominations, I hereby declare Honorable Ajayi Obasa as the new Speaker of the 10th Assembly, Lagos State House of Assembly. Legal Directorate. Legal Directorate.
Administration of oath of the office of the Speaker on Honorable Mr. Mudashiru Ajayi Obasa as the Speaker of the 10th House of Assembly. He has elected to swear on the Holy Quran.
I, Mudashiru Ajayi Obasa, solemnly swear that in the service of the state as the Speaker of Lagos State House of Assembly, I will be faithful, bear true allegiance to Lagos State of Nigeria at all times. I will not discriminate on the basis of religion, tribe, cause, status, or practice in practice of any form of partiality in the performance of my official duties. I will always perform my official duties diligently and efficiently. I will not engage or be involved in any activities in conflict, either directly or indirectly, with the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria as amended. I will, in the performance of my official duties, eschew and expose corruption in any of its traces in and outside the public service. I will not communicate or reveal any matter which shall be brought under my consideration or shall come to my knowledge in the discharge of my official duties to any person except as may be required for the due discharge of my official duties as the Speaker. I will always follow the path of justice, honesty, and comfort amongst all the people of Lagos State, in particular, Nigeria in general, in all I do. Help me, Allah.
Thank you very much, sir. Sorry, sir. Please put your signature here. Congratulations, sir. Sir, please, you have to sign the second one. There you go. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Well, good afternoon, distinguished colleagues. I want to start by appreciating my colleagues. I want to thank you for your support, your dedication, your loyalty, and your staunch belief in our party and the utmost respect for our party leaders. I thank you, and I will always appreciate you for all you do. And let me sincerely single out my sister, the Deputy Speaker, Honorable Meranda, who has been very, very, very supportive, loyal as Deputy Speaker. I thank you, ma'am, for everything. Thank you. God bless you. Let me also recognize our party chairman, Cornelius Ajelabi, and his team from our party secretariat. I thank you. I thank you for everything. Our Attorney General, Mr. Pedro, we thank you for being in our midst today. And management and staff of Lagos State House of Assembly, without you, we won't get to this stage. Above common standard of excellence, just don't come freely, but because of the hard work you put into the business of this house, Lagos State House of Assembly, I thank you for all you do, and I believe this is a challenge to you all, for you to do more. I thank you. We always recognize you for what you put into the business of the Lagos State House of Assembly. I'm very sure dear Lagosians would like to hear more from me, but I want to sincerely say today is not the day for speech making, but to appreciate my colleagues and all our leaders who have put a lot to this gathering today. We thank them. Particularly, I must recognize our national leader, the former governor of Osun State, Bababisi Akonde, and his counterpart from Ogun State, Aremo, former governor of Ogun State, Aremo Olusegun Oshoga, and all our GAC leaders. We thank them. Our amiable governor, his deputy from Lagos State, and other party loyalists. We thank you, we recognize all of you. And we want to assure Lagosians that for us, we have resolved and determined to serve their interests and protect their interests always. Our major responsibility is to represent them, and that we have been doing. So I've also add this, that what is happening here today shows that Lagos State House of Assembly is very capable, and it's a house of integrity, a mature house that has internal mechanism to resolve in the interest of the institution and our party. As I have said, today is not a speech-making day, but a day to celebrate my colleagues, and thank them for all they've been doing. And I'm sure we'll continue to work together in peace, in love, and in harmony. So once again, I want to thank you. God bless all of us. Thank you for everything. And I must not leave behind our friends, the fifth colonies of the realm. Is it? Sorry, fourth estate of the fourth estate. Thank you, my brother. So we want to thank you for your support in all this. The role you have played, we thank you, we appreciate it. So God bless you abundantly as well. So as I have said, today is not the speech-making day. We will really create time to come back and address it. So on this note, I want to call on Majority Leader to adjourn the sitting of the House.
Distinguished colleagues, we have come to the end of this plenary. I have the directives to move that this House adjourn Sine Die. I so move.
Honorable Abiodun Ogule.
I second the motion as moved, right, Honorable Speaker.
All in favor say aye. Aye. All in favor say aye. Aye. Those against nay, the ayes have it. This House stands adjourned sine die. I rise.
All this happened 49 days ago with the removal of Honorable Mudashiru Obasa as Speaker and the emergence of Mojisola Meranda as Speaker. Well, we've seen it happen now with the resignation of Mojisola Meranda, the resignation of all the other principal officers. A nomination was made for the return of Right Honorable Mudashiru Obasa as Speaker of the House. Well, he walked in at that point. He was sworn in. And it did say it's not a day for speech making, that it shows that the Lagos State House of Assembly has internal mechanisms to resolve its own matters and that they are ready to work together in peace and harmony. He also did thank his colleagues and the leaders of the party for making this happen. You heard the former speaker, the first female speaker of Lagos, who was only speaker for 49 days, saying that she is making this decision after thinking through and she decided to go along with the party. Very interesting development today on the floor of the Lagos State House of Assembly, where Right Honorable Mudashiru Obasa has now been returned, elected and sworn in as Speaker of the House. We're following this development very closely. The House has now been, we understand that the House has now, the plenary has now ended, adjourned indefinitely. And we'll also return to find out what really happened behind closed doors. Our correspondent, Abimbola Agbebi, has been in the House earlier this morning. The access to the Lagos State House of Assembly was sought, and the police released a statement saying that it has allowed journalists and every other person who has a business in there to gain access. We understand that that didn't happen because we spoke with Abimbola, who mentioned that reporters and journalists were still outside for a while before that access was given. We did also report that a meeting held between Right Honorable Mudashiru Obasa and his colleagues earlier before plenary kick-started. The plenary started with members of the House having some very good things to say about former Speaker, who is now Deputy Speaker of the House, Mojisola Meranda. It was quite emotional. At some point, one of them was in tears, and they had quite a number of good things to say about her leadership quality and how she's been able to steer the affairs of the House for the past 49 days. Thereafter, other principal officers came up to announce their resignation. Nominations followed, and we saw some reshuffling. The person who was chief whip became deputy chief whip, and all of that process ended, or rather culminated, in Honorable Mojisola Meranda herself resigning her position as Speaker She mentioned that it's a sacrifice she needed to make for the stability of affairs of the Lagos State House of Assembly. And the former speaker, the embattled speaker, at the point, it's very difficult to place the designations right now. But Right Honorable Mudashiru Obasa is now Speaker of the Lagos State House of Assembly. And we saw his nomination, which was rightly seconded, and he walked in at that point into the House and was sworn in as Speaker. We'll talk to our correspondent who has seen all of these by herself, Abimbola Achebe, who's been covering this story since morning. We probably will find out how the lawmakers are also reacting to this development. But that's the update for now. We'll be back subsequently with more reactions as Right Honorable Mudashiru Obasa is now sworn in as Lagos State Speaker. Stay with us, everyone.
Welcome back from the live telecast. We'll now continue with our regular programs. Stay tuned.
Hello, TVC Communications. How can I help?
What makes TVC the right choice for my business?
Excellent question, sir. Let me share some exciting facts with you.
Start your day on TVC Entertainment with Wake Up Nigeria, a family and lifestyle show. Your view empowers women globally.
It's your view, let it count.
Entertainment Splash delivers the hottest celebrity trends. On TVC News, we keep you informed with breaking news and in-depth analysis of events shaping the world.
I will continue to speak the truth.
TVC News at 7 and TVC News at 10 p.m. delivers the most important stories of the day. Max FM, your hit music radio station, captivates listeners daily across Lagos and Abuja, making every commute more enjoyable. Adaba 88.9 FM is not left out, as it is the voice of Southwest. And on TVC Digital, we reach to million viewers daily. All together, pulls in over 17 million viewers daily. Contact us on 0707-272-8338 or marketing at tvccommunications.tv. Partner with TVC Communications today. Let's grow together.
Wherever you see destruction, it's because God is absent. There is no destruction in God. So who started killing from Genesis? Satan. Jesus exposed him. The thief cometh not, but for to steal, to kill, and to destroy. But I am come that you may have life and have it how much? More abundant. I prophesy as your amen is coming like thunder. Whatever is yours, receive it now.
Chinua Achebe was born November 16, 1930 in Ogidi, Nigeria. He went to Government College in Umuahia, Nigeria. In 1948, Achebe won a scholarship to the University of Ibadan to study medicine, but after a year, he changed his major to writing. After graduation in 1953, he became a script writer for the Nigerian Broadcasting Service, NBS, eventually becoming the head programmer for the discussion series. In 1956, he visited London for the first time to take a training course with the BBC. On returning, he moved to Enugu and edited and produced stories for the NBS. Achebe was unhappy with books about Africa written by British authors such as Joseph Conrad and John Buchan because he felt the descriptions of African people were inaccurate and insulting. In his spare time, he worked on Things Fall Apart. The novel was published in 1958. The book won immediate international recognition and also became the basis for a play. His second book, No Longer at Ease, published in 1960, is set in the last decade before Nigeria achieved independence. In 1961, Chinua Achebe met and married Christiana Chinwe. Achebe won the Man Booker International Prize for his life's work in 2007 and received more than 30 honorary doctorates. He remained critical of the corruption of Nigerian politicians, condemning those that stole or squandered the nation's oil reserves. In addition to his own literary success, he was a passionate and active supporter of African writers. However, Achebe died in Boston, Massachusetts on March 21, 2013, after a brief illness. He is credited.
Ms. Meranda was then nominated as Deputy Speaker of the House of Assembly, after which she took the oath of office. The lawmakers held plenary for about 2 hours, with key officers resigning their positions in the House, and nominations for the positions followed.
Please permit me, dear colleagues, to reinstate the position I previously expressed in a League publication, wherein I stated as follows. 1. It is with that I hereby give you notice of my decision to resign as the Speaker of the Lagos State House of Assembly, 3rd of March 2025. On the one hand, and the recent political turmoil which is threatening the cohesion of this honorable House on the other hand, we had the representative of the good people of Lagos with a mandate to protect our democracy and ensure good governance. I am a good student of political history, and in this regard, I know that this is a point at which, as your leader, I have to make this selfless sacrifice to resign in order to protect this institution.
I, Right Honorable Mojisola Meranda, do solemnly swear that in the service of the state as the Deputy Speaker of the Lagos State House of Assembly, I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to the Lagos State of Nigeria at all times. I will not discriminate on the basis of religion, tribe, color, or status, or practice any form of partiality in the performance.
I, Honorable Noim Adams, representing the good people of Intiosa Constituency 1, rise this afternoon to nominate Right Honorable Dr. Mudashiru Ajayobasa to take the chair as the Speaker of this prestigious Lagos State House of Assembly. I so nominate.
I, Honorable Prince Nureni Ayinde Akinsanya, representing the good people of Mushin, I rise to second the motion as moved.
I, Mudashiru Ajayobasa, solemnly swear that in the service of the state as the Speaker of Lagos State House of Assembly, I will be faithful, bearing true allegiance to Lagos State of Nigeria at all times. I will not discriminate on the basis of religion, tribe, cause, status, or practice my form of in practice of any form of partiality in the performance of my official duties.
Before Mojisola Meranda announced her resignation, lawmakers commended her for her time as Speaker of the House.
By the mercy of my party, APC, and to me and to every one of us here, party supremacy cannot be negotiated. For this reason, and for other considerations, I, Senator David, the Honorable Senator David, representing Banari 22, hereby resign my appointment as the Chief Whip of this noble House.
And in the best interest of our party, which is supreme, I, Honorable Sonny Ganu, Babatunde Okunlawon, representing Kosovo Constituency 1, hereby tender my resignation as the Deputy Chief Whip of the noble Lagos State House of Assembly.
You have brought peace. You brought peace and tranquility to this environment. You showed us and our colleagues that there's another way. There's another way to live. And I'm sure everybody appreciated it. We're very proud of you. You did very well. I must say that.
Let's bring in TVC News correspondent Abimbola Agbebi, who's standing by live from the Lagos State House of Assembly. Interesting turn of events, Abimbola. What happened today?
Yes, Nifemi, how do I start? This perhaps, I would say, serve as or signals, the end of what I would call crises that have rocked the House of Assembly in the last 49 days, talking about the removal of Mudashiru Ajayi Obasa as the Speaker, and of course, which later saw the emergence of Mojisola Meranda as the first female Speaker of the House. But let's quickly talk about the build-up of events, that led to what happened this afternoon. Of course, it started out with a series of meetings held, among the lawmakers. We were there for almost an hour. They were in the meeting for almost an hour, after which we saw another meeting, this time around not involving the 40 lawmakers. Of course, as the APC chairman, Ojelabi, who was also part of that meeting. And then we could see that efforts were being made by these persons to see, to kind of resolve, this crisis. Shortly after this meeting, the lawmakers went into the plenary, and the thing that they did, the one and only thing, that they did on the floor of the House was we saw lawmakers, commending Mojisola Meranda, talking about her leadership, of course, commending her short stay, as the Speaker of the House, and of course describing as a great leader. There was a particular lawmaker that talked about the fact that it's the first time the House of Assembly is witnessing peace, during our leadership, and she was also commended for that. It got to a point some lawmakers got so emotional, while they were eulogizing, the leadership of Mojisola Meranda. We also saw a series of resignations took place on the floor of the House, from the Chief Whip of the House, Deputy Speaker of the House, to the Chief Whip and Deputy Chief Whip. Shortly after that, we saw other nominations. We saw resignations happen. Shortly after that, we saw nominations, which saw, of course, the former Deputy Speaker. We saw Mojisola Meranda stepping in as the Deputy Speaker. That was after, she resigned, as the Speaker of the House, and then Mudashiru Obasa was, called into the House, and he was nominated and declared, Speaker of the House, Nifemi. So let's hope that this, is the end of the crisis. From what we have seen, it seems this perhaps is the end, of the crisis, that has rocked the House of Assembly in the last 49 days.
Looks like an Herculean task ahead of Mr. Obasa, who only last week 35 members of the House said they don't want him as Speaker. Thank you so much for the update there, Abimbola Agbebi, live for us in the Lagos State House of Assembly. That's TVC News at 4. We're back at the top of the hour with more. Stay with us, everyone.
Some say learning is fun, but as a mom, I see how demanding it can be for my child. That's why I ensure he starts every day with a cup of Bonvita. Bonvita, prepare them to win every day.
The Inspector General of Police has met with senior officers to review the state of security.
we are continuing our coverage of the arrest of Godwin Emefiele.
The Senate has summoned the governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria to properly brief the Senate regarding the state of the economy.
What I will never take is threat.
Let's now bring you more development from Ibadan, the Oyo State capital, where an explosion has taken place. Tell us about this incident.
TVC News. First with breaking news.
Asking for a sign from you, 'cause I'm so broke.
Albert Chinua Achebe was born November 16, 1930 in Ogidi, Nigeria. He went to Government College in Umuahia, Nigeria. In 1948, Achebe won a scholarship to the University of Ibadan to study medicine, but after a year, he changed his major to writing. After graduation in 1953, he became a scriptwriter for the Nigerian Broadcasting Service, NBS, eventually becoming the head programmer for the discussion series. In 1956, he visited London for the first time to take a training course with the BBC. On returning, he moved to Enugu and edited and produced stories for the NBS. Achebe was unhappy with books about Africa written by British authors such as Joseph Conrad and John Buchan because he felt the descriptions of African people were inaccurate and insulting. In his spare time, he worked on Things Fall Apart. The novel was published in 1958. The book won immediate international recognition and also became the basis for a play. His second book, No Longer at Ease, published in 1960, is set in the last decade before Nigeria achieved independence. In 1961, Chinua Achebe met and married Christiana Chinwe Okoli, and they eventually had 4 children. The third book in the African trilogy, Arrow of God, was published in 1964. Achebe published his 4th novel, A Man of the People, in 1966. The novel tells the story of the widespread corruption of Nigerian politicians and ends in a military coup. During the Biafra conflict, Achebe's house was bombed and his friend Christopher Okimi was killed. Achebe and his family went into hiding in Biafra and then fled to Britain for the duration of the war. From 1972 to 1976, Achebe held a visiting professorship in African literature at the University of Massachusetts at Amherst. After that, he returned again to teach at the University of Nigeria. He became chair of the Association of Nigerian Writers and edited Uwandi Igbo, a journal of Igbo life and culture. Although he wrote many essays and kept involved with the writing community, Achebe did not write another book until 1988's Anthills of the Savannah. In 1990, Achebe was involved in a car crash in Nigeria, which damaged his spine so badly he was paralyzed from the waist down. Bard College in New York offered him a teaching job and the facilities to make that possible, and he taught there from 1991 to 2009. In 2009, Achebe became a professor of African Studies at Brown University. In 2012, he published the essay, There Was a Country, a personal history of Biafra.
At TVC News, wherever the big news story is happening, we're geared up to break it. TVC News, first with breaking news.
TVC Sport Desk.
Former FIFA president Sepp Blatter and French football legend Michel Platini are definitely in court for yet another case. And this has to do with the 2 million Swiss franc payment that was made the corruption scandal that engulfed football back in 2011. Now, the new trial is expected to last until Thursday with a verdict due on March 25th. Meanwhile, in the sport of tennis, Anna Maria will continue to coach Novak Djokovic at Indian Wells and will also head to the United States for the Miami Open in March. This is TVC Sports Desk, the first edition for the week and the month. Welcome, folks. I'm Samson Oluyede. Coming up on the show this evening. Reactions trailed defending champions Manchester United's exit from the FA Cup following penalty shootout heartbreak to Fulham. We'll make up the show this evening.
TVC Sport Desk.
Thank you very much for joining us. It's now time to turn our attention to the very best of the English FA Cup. There were no league games over the weekend. It was all about the results, as you can see. Aston Villa defeating Cardiff City by 2-0, making their appearance in the next stage. You had Crystal Palace defeating Millwall by 3-1, but this came at a cost as highest goal scorer Mateta, that's the French striker, is now injured due to that nasty challenge from the Millwall goalkeeper. You had Preston North End defeating Burnley by 3-0. Burnley's woes continues. You have Bournemouth playing out the 1-1 draw against Wolverhampton Wanderers. Manchester City getting the better of Plymouth Argyle. You had Newcastle United losing at home to Brighton Hove Albion by 1-2. You had Danny Welbeck coming off right there to score the winner in extra time. And the big one had to be the defending champions Manchester United against Fulham. This ended 1-1 over the course of regulation time for Nigerian Super Eagles defender Calvin Bassey headed Fulham ahead, but you had Bruno Fernandes restoring parity for Manchester United. But when push came to shove, talking about the lotteries of penalties, it was Bernard Leno, the former Arsenal goalkeeper, that stood firm in between the sticks for Fulham to ensure that they booked their place in the quarterfinals at the expense of the defending champions. For Ruben Amorim and his men, it means more woes, more challenges. It's 10 defeats in the past 24 games for Ruben Amorim and 6 home defeats. Definitely a damning start for the Portuguese. That's what highlights of the very best of the English FA Cup.
Guided on and guided in by Calvin Bassey. He's done it again at Old Trafford. Dallo, Fernandes scores! And the first to fail. He was able to push it back the way rather than stretching to reach it. Anthony Robinson to give Fulham the advantage, which he does. That may only be momentary. Zirkzee fails. And Fulham celebrate at Old Trafford. Ben Leno, the headline act, with 2 penalty saves. And what's already been an excellent season for Marco Silva's Fulham gets position.
Sends out the signal, delivers the ball, and they've scored. Foden leaves it. De Bruyne takes it, and the header is a very successful one from Nico O'Reilly. It is 1-1. Those extra few seconds have been used very profitably. He's got his mind back on it now. It's a deeper one. And in the end, Nico O'Reilly at the double here. Well, all this talk about Manchester City, a group of players growing old, they've got some first. What's in his mind here? He slipped as he had the shot. And the line one up again for De Bruyne. Job done. Not been easy. But Manchester City. Back there doing the defensive job. Michael Oliver thought about blowing his whistle. He's let play go on here. Hughes has found a way through. I think it's an own goal, Bill. I think the captain looking to turn provider. Come for Eze. Heavier tried a smart turn. Millwall struggling to clear and in.
Offside.
The final touch from Munoz, but the flag up.
Well, he's saying that's come off a defender, I think.
Let's have another look here.
Yeah, there's the strike from Mitchell off of Tanganga's shoulder. It's just one of those days for him. He actually keeps it alive initially. Munoz goes to ground, and Ketia tries to control it. Mitchell strikes it off of Tanganga's shoulder, just there.
Oh, he's found a way beyond Richards. Aziz fires it in. Turner parries. Chance and in by Harding. Wow. An unexpected twist on the stroke of half-time. 10 men, Millwall are back in this. Richards header and Ketia. And that should be that. Nerve settled. Progression.
Half an hour gone. Brady. Oh, it's absolutely fantastic. A quite scintillating free kick.
TVC Sport Desk.
Well, fighting it out for the final place in the FA Cup quarterfinals, Premier League foes, Nottingham Forest will take on Ipswich Town at the City Ground in Monday's fifth round encounter. And we know quite well that both sides and fourth round wins away from home against lower league opposition, although in different manners, as the Tricky Trees needed penalties to eliminate Exeter City, while their visitors thumped Coventry City. Meanwhile, informed Bournemouth have been drawn at home to Manchester City in the FA Cup quarterfinals, while Preston, the only championship side left in the draws, are at home to Unai Emery's Aston Villa. Fulham, Manchester United's conquerors, will host Crystal Palace in a London derby, while Brighton Hove Albion will be at home to either Nottingham Forest or Ipswich Town, who play their fifth round tie later tonight. Aside from the 2023 victors, Manchester City, Ipswich Town are the most recent FA Cup winners, having won the title in 1978. The likes of Fulham, Palace, Crystal Palace, Bournemouth and Brighton are yet to win the competition. Now joining us on the show is Jide Olugbodi, an ex-footballer who played for English club side Brentford. He joins the show from his base in London this evening. Jide, good evening. It's good to have you on the show.
Good evening. I'm happy to be here as well.
Okay, let's start with the results we can see right now. Quite a handful of entertaining ones, but the big one has to be the holders, the defending champions, Manchester United, being knocked out. For Super Eagles fans and Nigerians as a whole, definitely a good delight to see one of ours, talking about Calvin Bassey, putting in a decent shift and more importantly getting on the score sheet as well. But for Manchester United fans, it is yet another woe for them as they're now out of the competition completely. Ruben Amorim, when he came in November, there were lots of expectations about steadying the ship. Not everyone expected the top 4 finish, but probably a top 7 finish for European football next season. That doesn't look likely now with 10 defeats in 24 games in charge. What do you make of the performance against Fulham, and how do they steady the ship from here going towards the end of the season?
Well, traditionally, the FA Cup is always full of upsets, and we expected a game like that. It was a Premiership, clash, but it's still the FA Cup. There's the thrills, the excitement, and it's the biggest knockout competition in the world with its tradition. So you knew the game was going to be like that. Like you said, Bassey got on the score sheet. United rallied around, they came back, and went into penalties. When you go into penalties, it becomes a lottery, as you can see. But for Amorim, I think I listened to him after the game. He said the goal of Manchester United is to win the league at some point in the future. Whether he's going to be around for that, it's still up in the air. There have been several managers that have come before him, and it's still the same old song, as they say. So we've talked about Manchester United. I think the structure above is still not great. I know they have to sell now again to bring players in. You have players with different styles on the pitch as well, and they buy more of individual players, not knowing whether they'll fit into the team or not. So there's still that, it's a whole, cathedral in there. And unless someone steadies the ship, they need to press a reset. You know how your phone begins to malfunction, or you have a decoder or something not working well, you press a reset and start again. I think that's where they've got to go now with Amorim as well.
Okay, talking about the reset at Old Trafford, there's so many angles to this. You're looking at the coach who was brought in November. This is just March 3rd precisely, and you now have, calls for his dismissal, considering how woeful the results have been. 10 defeats in 24 games. 6 of those 10 defeats have been at Old Trafford, as against Erik ten Hag, his predecessor, who had to lose 10 games after 55 matches. Again, the stats are definitely damning for the Portuguese. You talk about the reset. Is it from the playing personnel, the technical crew, Ruben Amorim right now, or the management itself in terms of sporting director and probably even the owners? We know quite well that Manchester United fans have called for a change of ownership over the years. What exactly is the reset that you expect at Manchester United, especially into the summer, so that they can kick off next season on a very good note?
Yeah, I mean, the first thing is you don't have time in football nowadays. So you can see people hailing him as the Messiah a few months ago. Now everybody's calling for his head. He's got to live with that. I don't believe, I've said it, the kind of way he wants to play and the players he has, I don't think that is going to win him a premiership. I honestly, I stand corrected. But when you're playing in the Premiership, it's fast, it's strong, it's technical, as well. You're not going to play with the 3 at the back, 2-man midfield, and with aging legs as well. I think that's the first thing he needs to do. He needs to respect the Premiership. If you don't respect the Premiership, as Ten Hag found out, you're going to be, with your P60 or, at the end of the day as well. And another thing that's got to come is from the top. United can no longer attract the best players. When you look at it, I mean, what's the biggest transfer they've had in recent years? The best players don't think they want to come to Manchester United now, because it's not just attractive. You're playing Conference League, European League, you're not winning any cups, you're not fighting for the title. So that's another thing they have to do. And I think what needs to start at the top is they need to be clear what they want to do. Liverpool, you can see Liverpool, it was a smooth transition from Jurgen Klopp to Slot. They know what they're doing. I've talked to some of the guys working in the departments in Liverpool. I actually have playmates that we play together that work with Manchester United as well. And the thing is always there's a lot of red tapes, blue tapes, green tapes in Manchester United. They're still, old school when it comes to recruitment. Liverpool, on the other hand, they identify the player they want, they do the analysis, and they go for the player. So they've got to start picking the players that suit, the will. So not buy individual players, that may not fit. You look at Alex coming in from Holland, you look at Lukaku, you look at different players in there. I mean, it's a whole thing that needs to happen from the top. And the focus has got to be on the club side, Manchester United, not individual profits as it were at the moment.
Okay, let's move away from Manchester United and their woes. It means that you would have a new champion in the English FA Cup, as the others are now out of the competition. Let's take a look at other results. Newcastle United against Brighton hove Albion. On paper, you would have expected Newcastle United to get the result and go through, but there was a shocker right there. In recent times, the results have not gone well for Eddie Howe's men. We can all recall the loss to Liverpool midweek, just barely 2 weeks ago, and we know quite well that there was also the dropping in there. What exactly is wrong at St. James's Park? Is it that the players have run out of steam, or there's just, it's just a bit of face that will definitely go by?
So when you have, then the final of the Carabao Cup, so they're playing in the FA Cup, they're fighting for European space in the league as well. When you have so many competitions like that, you need a big squad, a huge one. And, it's got to be the quality. When you replace players, the quality must not change. And unfortunately, Newcastle, they're thin on legs at the moment. A lot of players came back from injuries. And so when you go also into extra time during the week as well, then it stretches the players. So you can see the game at the start of the game, they were in control. Then they allowed Brighton back into it. But then there's so many games players play nowadays. You can't fault any of the players. They gave everything, absolutely everything there. But, it's the FA Cup again. The thousands of people in Newcastle Stadium, expecting a win, but hey, Brighton didn't come just to make up the numbers. They came to win, and rightly so, because they've been playing well this season as well.
Okay, we'll see how Eddie Howe's men make it count at the end of the day. Remember, the Carabao Cup is one there. They're into the final, and they need to win as well to be able to lay claim to a trophy that they've won under the new Saudi era, if you want to call it that. Now, let's take a look at what the draws look like for the quarterfinal pairings of the English FA Cup. We know quite well that Nottingham Forest against Ipswich Town will be the last spot that will be determined, and the winner will go on to face Brighton Hove Albion, the conquerors of Newcastle United. But it's Fulham against Crystal Palace. You have Preston against Aston Villa, Bournemouth against Manchester City, and Brighton Hove Albion against Nottingham Forest or Ipswich Town. The winner will get to know later tonight. Looking at these fixtures, really, let's look at them one by one. How do you see it panning out? You have Fulham against Crystal Palace. For Crystal Palace, it's yet to be seen if, you know, their highest goal scorer, Jean-Philippe Mateta, will be fit for this one, considering the nasty clash he had against Millwall in the previous round.
Last season, this season under Marco Silva, they play fantastic football. Silva knows how to get the best out of his players. Of course, our darling Bassi is in the team as well. And they seem to be getting the best out of their players as well. Now, it's going to be a tough London derby. I know Crystal Palace are looking to, you know, finish the season with a silverware as well. So it's going to be tough, but I'm rooting for Fulham all the way. If you ask me, I'm biased. So I'll go for Fulham.
Quite understandable. I understand where the bias lies. Let's turn our attention now to Bournemouth against Manchester City. On paper, you would expect the citizens, but considering how dismal they've been, maybe in the last 2-3 weeks, Bournemouth as well, they've lost a bit of steam. So it should be more of a 50-50 thing. But when you consider Bournemouth over the last 2 months, how solid they've been, at some point we're even in the top 6. And you have Manchester City as well in the mix. Who gets this for you?
Well, you know, it's going to be a tough one. It's Bournemouth at home. They've been playing very well this season. They've got Andoni. The coach is fantastic. I hear they're talking about him in the Real Madrid boardroom as well. And when you're playing against a Manchester City team that's not been dominant, you know, where everybody thinks now, okay, you know, I'm going to get a win. I'm going to have a go at them. It's going to be tough. I think that one could go to penalties, you know, but yeah, before they said the joke was that when you're in the tunnel, you know, Manchester City players, they look at the opposition and they go, look, just give us 2 goals and then we'll get on with it. But nowadays, everybody in the tunnel is like, look, we're having a go at this, you know, so it's different, kind of a different Manchester City team. And I hope we'll get a, you know, Premiership cracker on that one. But I think we'll go into penalties and, you know, once it gets to penalties, you know, it's any person's game as well.
Okay, Preston are the only championship side left in the draws, and we know quite well that on the other hand, you have Aston Villa in there as well. Unai Emery's men started the season like a house on fire. In Europe, they had 4 straight wins in the UEFA Champions League. Looked very good, but the second half of the season has been a bit different. The results have been dismal. The performances as well. You talk about the loss of John Duran in terms of the sale to Saudi outfit. A whole lot of things have gone on at Aston Villa. Against Preston, do you think it's going to be a routine win for them, or they may just face a banana peel in the championship side?
Oh, yes, you talked about the banana, and I'm right on there with that one, because for a team, you know, to be in the quarterfinals of the FA Cup, this is their own final. So you talk about the final, this is their final. They're playing Aston Villa for a place in the semi-final. They want to go to Wembley, so they're going to drop everything on there. I'm sure they're motivated. Players who train extra. They want to play against a team who's playing in the Champions League. So it's going to be a tough one. It's not going to be a walkover. And I think if they get the 12th man behind them, Preston, you know, they can be a handful to Aston Villa on the day. But they've got quality in there, Aston Villa. They've got fantastic strikers. They've got good midfielders in there. Tielemans is there. You got Watkins, you know, and you got a fantastic goalkeeper, probably, you know, going there as one of the best in the world right now. So, but it's going to be a tough one. It's not going to be a walkover. You know, that one, I think Aston Villa might just have enough to scale through if they can overcome the crowd, because I know Preston people, they will be rooting for their team to win on the day.
Definitely a very territorial side, especially their fans as well. Well, Jide Olugbodi, former Brentford player, thank you so much for your time on the show this evening.
Thank you. You're welcome.
Thank you so much. Let's turn our attention now to the Spanish La Liga. There were quite a handful of matches over the weekend. They didn't have cup games. Talking about the Copa del Rey, it was all about the league. And Barcelona reclaimed top spots in La Liga with a comfortable victory over 10-man Real Sociedad. Now, Atletico Madrid had leapfrogged them following their 1-0 win over Athletic Club on Saturday. And for other results, you have Real Valladolid playing out a 1-0 draw against Las Palmas. Girona playing out a 4-goal stalemate against Celta Vigo. Real Vallecano against Sevilla that ended 1-1 as well. Real Betis edging Real Madrid. That has to be the result of the weekend. 2-1 that ended. Atletico Madrid doing what they need to do to keep tabs with Barcelona at the top of the summit of the standings. The 1-0 that ended. Leganes as well edging Getafe by lone goal. Barcelona running riot against Real Sociedad 4-0. It was meant to be a tough contest, but it was a stroll in the park for the Catalans. You had Mallorca against Deportivo Alaves 1-1, and Osasuna against Valencia that ended in a 6-goal stalemate as well. You talk about draws. The weekend results in Spanish La Liga did deliver with 6 draws, it must be said. Let's watch highlights of some of the stunning goals scored in the Spanish La Liga.
It feels in some way. Here is Lamine Yamal, teasing, jinking, giving it to Dani Olmo, who lifts it into space! And Gerard Martin scores his first goal for Football Club Barcelona. He does it in style. So much quality. Rafinha's corner, palmed away as far as Dani Olmo. It's deflected and it's in. And the celebrations belong to Marc Casado. Frame is still shaking. Corner from Rafinha, swung in, and Lewandowski's hit the target. And Ronald Araujo makes it 3-0.
Team de Reza, Casado, Gavi.
Here is Araujo, and his shot has been turned in by Lewandowski. Barcelona have a fourth. It is their top goal scorer, Lewandowski, with his 21st goal of the league campaign.
Son, he got his easy.
Turning away from Jesus Rodriguez. Can he get the shot away? No, it's a pass to... It's pulled back and into the back of the net from Brahim. It was Mandi with the assist. Real Madrid had the very early breakthrough. Not the usual suspects involved, really, certainly not in terms of the assist provider, Mandi. And Brahim strikes. It's his 4th goal of the season, and despite
around Courtois net.
In he comes with a header from Johnny Cardoso, and Betis are level. His 1st goal of the season, and Betis back in this game. Yes. Rodriguez steps in front of him, he goes down, and the referee points to the penalty spot. Betis have the chance to take the lead here. There's going to be a card as well. Betis in front against Real Madrid. It's Isco against Thibaut Courtois. And Isco scores. Courtois dived the right way. Got something on it, but not enough.
Number 1 player.
Good ball here now from Llorente. Here is Julian into the bottom corner. Instant impact off the bench. And Atletico de Madrid break the deadlock with 25. Plays to the edge of the box for his brother Iñaki. It's deflected off the post again. And cleared away. Looking to deny him. In between the sticks, Julian steps up. Parried away.
TVC Sport Desk.
The very best of the Spanish La Liga right there, talking about the results. And for the table, as you can see, is Barcelona atop of the standings with 57 points from 26 games. Atletico Madrid second with 56 points from 26 games. Real Madrid, the defending champions, have 54 from 26 games. Athletic Club and Villarreal wrap up the top 5 teams in the Spanish La Liga at this point in time. You talk about the 3-horse race, there you have it. It says the 3 big teams in Spain that are currently leading the charge. The Catalans with a 1-point advantage over Atletico Madrid, and you have Real Madrid as well, just 3 points behind their arch rivals. Talking about Barcelona, and when you look at the goal difference, Barcelona are definitely running riot. So it's all about the point haul if other teams need to catch up with the Catalan Giants. But it is interesting, 3 points separating the first team to the third team at this point in time, while Real Madrid are comfortably 6 points ahead of the next team. Talking about Athletic Club, or if you know them as Athletic Bilbao, you're still on point. Villarreal wrapping up the top 5 teams. Well, let's turn our attention now to the match to expect later today in the Spanish La Liga. You will have a Monday fixture. It's Villarreal against Espanyol. I mentioned earlier that Villarreal are 5th on the standings. They need to win this to consolidate and also push. When you take a look at the table again, you can see that they have 44 points. They're 4 points behind. If they get the win, they would close the gap to just the points behind 4th placed Athletic Club. Talking about the match to expect later today in the Spanish La Liga. Now, let's turn attention to the Italian Serie A. It is the very best of football in Italy. Inter Milan against Napoli, that ended 1-1. And we know quite well that you'll have a fixture later today. It's Juventus against Hellas Verona. That's another big one to expect. Let's relive some of the stunning goals scored in the Italian Serie A.
Marco strikes the free kick. Talk about retribution from Inter. Aggrieved that they didn't get the penalty. They didn't need the... Lobotka breaking forward. Still going Lobotka. Here's Billing! And there he is again! The unlikely hero, Philip Billing. But in the nick of time, Billing scores a huge goal in the title race.
Poke towards Chauna. Marasic is still there. And here it is, Marasic! And then on the rebound, Matias. João Felix. Rafael Leao. Chukwueze! And it's in! 10-man Milan are level. And they have 6 minutes to do the unthinkable. Isaacson, is that a penalty? Gianluca Manganiello, he's been asked to have another look at this penalty kick. Pedro to win it for Lazio, and he does just that. In the 8th minute of added time, Pedro gives Lazio 3 points here. There goes the full-time whistle. Lazio win a dramatic contest here. Milan 1, Lazio 2.
Sandiao, Celik with a slide challenge. Da Cunha for Maxi Perone. Da Cunha breaking forward. It's into his stride. What a chance for Como. And it's put away. It's the skipper. Salamakers finding Zeki Celik. Back it goes for Salamakers. And with a helping hand from Golden Eager, Roma are level. 2 minutes after coming off the bench, Salamakers scores again in front of the Curva Sud. Wrench on the move, Cristante spotted him. Wrench across the face of goal. That was all about the cross and the substitute. And another one puts it away. Artem Dovbyk. What a second half showing this has been from Roma.
TVC Sports Desk.
Well, the very best of Italian football, and what the results from the weekend means is that Inter Milan, the defending champions, are a point ahead of Napoli in 2nd place, 58 points from 27 games. You have Napoli with 57 from 27 as well. Atalanta couldn't get a win over the weekend, and as a result, they are 3 points behind in the league title race with 55 points from 27. Lazio, courtesy of that late win over AC Milan, now have 50 points from 27 games and sit 4th. And you have Juventus, the old ladies as they are called, in 5th place. Now, this can change. If Juventus get a win later today, they'll be taking on Hellas Verona, talking about the Italian Serie A fixture to expect later tonight. If they get a win over Hellas Verona, what you will have is they will have 52 points, and it means that they will be just 3 points behind the top 3 guys, talking about Atalanta, who are in 3rd place at this point in time. So the old ladies need to win to move up to 4th when it comes to the very best of Italian football. Let's turn our attention now to the home front and tell you about the Nigerian Premier Football League. These are results from the weekend. Quite a handful of them. Rivers United edging out Katsina United by a lone goal. Sunshine Stars edging a 6-goal thriller against Kwara United. That ended 4-2. Kano Pillars defeating the defending champions Enugu Rangers by 2-1. Abia Warriors played out a 1-1 stalemate against Nassau United. Bayelsa United holding Fort Bendel Insurance by 2-1. Ikorodu City, the new boys, keeping up their impressive performance with a 2-0 win over Atlant of Owerri, and they're now up to 5th as a result of that, with Niger Tornadoes against Eyimba. The 9-time record champions Eyimba finally got a win away from home in recent times, and it was a 1-0 win, while you have Remo Stars leading the charge with Plateau United, and that ended 1-0 in favor of Remo Stars. This is what the table looks like when it comes to the Nigerian Premier Football League at this point in time. Remo Stars, runaway leaders. I think they are champions in waiting. 54 points from 27 games. But here's where it counts. They're a massive 12 points ahead of Rivers United, who are 42 from 54. Even if Rivers United get to win their outstanding game, they'll still be 9 points behind the Kenya-based team, and that is definitely a lot of ground to cover, especially in the Nigerian Premier Football League. Shooting Stars of Ibadan doing so well with 42 points from 26 to stay third. Kano Pillars and Enugu Rangers are 4th and 5th respectively. For Enugu Rangers, they are the defending champions. You know, most teams would jostle for the top 2 spots, talking about CAF Champions League football. Do not forget the 3rd place team as well will go for the CAF Confederation Cup. So it's all about a top 3, top 4 finish for most of these teams to get the very best of, you know, the football for inter-club competitions. Well, for matches to expect, you know quite well that Aqua United are 1-0 up, and they need the win to survive relegation at this point in time. El Kanemi Warriors as well are 1-0 up, and it's just few minutes left to play in there, talking about at that time. That's the very best of Nigerian Premier Football League at this point in time. We'll take a breather right about now, and when we return, we'll be telling you about the very best, the biggest of sports award, talking about the Laureus World Sports Award.
TVC Sport Desk. TVC Sport Desk.
As we hit home stretch on the show, let's talk about the Laureus World Sports Award and tell you that Paris 2024 Olympic champion Simone Biles, Leon Marshall, and Mondo Duplantis headlined this year's nominees for the 2025 Laureus World Sports Award. Marchand and Duplantis will have the standout Olympic performances in the spotlight as they go head-to-head for the Sportsman of the Year award. Now, in the women's category, football's Aitana Bomati, winner of the 2024 category, is again on the shortlist for this year's prize and will be contesting against US and Australian Open winner Aryna Sabalenka, 11-time Olympic artist gymnast medalist Simone Biles, Sifan Hassan, who won both Olympic bronze at both the 5,000 and 10,000 meters, as well as the women's marathon gold, as well as 3-time Olympic 1,500 meters champion Faith Kipyegon and Sydney McLaughlin-Lovren for a world record breaking gold in the 400 meters and 4x400 meters relay winning effort. Now, 6 athletics gold medalists from the Paris Games are among the nominees for the awards. The ceremony is set for April 21st and will once again be held in Madrid. This year's event marks the 25th anniversary of the prestigious award. Let's see who gets to be named the Sportsman and Woman of the Year among other awardees. Let's move away from there now and turn our attention to combat sports boxing precisely. Gervonta Davis, the American superstar, retained his WBA lightweight title with a controversial...
Off some of the steam of the punch, but still, Roachley already took it.
Now let's move away from there and talk about the very best of basketball as we wrap up the show. It was all about the NBA regular season, and Luka Doncic had 29 points and 9 assists as LeBron James added 17 points, and the Los Angeles Lakers hung on to beat their rivals, Los Angeles Clippers, for the second time running in 3 days. 108 to 102 points it was. In other results, you had Miami Heat losing 112 to 116 points to the New York Knicks, while the Raptors defeated the Orlando Magic by 104 to 102 points. We'll leave you with highlights of the very best of the NBA, talking about the Lakers' win over the Clippers.
They were not beaten in February by a team over 500. That's a rainbow by the Don.
Zoo did a good job of stepping out and getting his hands up, but Luka added a little extra to it and nothing but bottom.
Whipped into the corner. Here comes Dorian Finney-Smith. He lays it up and in. No way Kawhi could guard 2 at once there.
Well, the closeout by Zoo.
TVC Sport Desk.
Those who said the Luka Doncic and LeBron James duo cannot work Well, they're being put to test right about now, and it is working 100%. That's the size of the package for the first installment of the show for the new week as well as the new month. Thank you so much for joining us. On top of the hour is Journalist Hangout. Until the show makes a return tomorrow, I'm Samson Olede. Do have a pleasant evening.
TVC Sport Desk.
Hello, TVC Communications. How can I help?
What makes TVC the right choice for my business?
Excellent question, sir. Let me share some exciting facts with you.
Start your day on TVC Entertainment with Wake Up Nigeria, a family and lifestyle show. Your view empowers women globally.
It's your view, let it count.
Entertainment Splash delivers the hottest celebrity trends. On TVC News, we keep you informed with breaking news and in-depth analysis of events shaping the world.
I will continue to speak the truth.
TVC News at 7 and TVC News at 10 p.m. delivers the most important stories of the day. Max FM, your hit music radio station, captivates listeners daily across Lagos and Abuja, making every commute more enjoyable. Adaba 88.9 FM is not left out, as it is the voice of Southwest. And on TVC Digital, we reach 2 million viewers daily. All together, pulls in over 17 million viewers daily. Contact us on 0707-272-8338 or marketing at tvccommunications.tv. Partner with TVC Communications today. Let's grow together.
I'm Miriam Lunge. I'm a passionate environment advocate and a published author.
I am the founder of Celebration, a businesswoman, and a fashion icon.
I am a wealth coach and a real estate developer.
I am Amako Arakwe. I'm a corporate commercial lawyer and an entrepreneur.
Welcome with
efficient, it's comfortable.
This development will go a long way in reducing congestion and emission.
The trains are long-term solution to Lagos traffic challenges.
This is where we take the final, decisions on policies, programs of government. I will have to ensure that, the narration of Lagos as a PLC is taken very, very seriously.
This is a major pedestrian bridge linking Oyinbo here to Apapa Road over there.
With this overpass, we are providing what we call a permanent solution.
This place is one of the most dangerous areas at the biosecurity environment.
This can go into the news and every crimes of your neighborhood.
Our goal is to remain as Africa's model megacity, to move our GDP from the 5-6 position to the 3rd position, and we believe it's achievable with all the commitments we have.
Explore the city of Lagos, where dreams are made and possibilities are endless. I'm Adedoja Salam Adeniyi. I live in Lagos, inside Lagos.
There is always more to a story than the scrimmage headline, the part of a story that is not told. There is always more to a story than the scrimmage headline, the part of a story that is not told casts a shadow. It's like the part of an object that is not reached by light. On TVC News, I'm able to explore the many angles there are to a story, talking to stakeholders, asking the difficult questions, and digging for facts. I believe the viewers are able to make a better decision if they're well informed and understand not just a part, but the complete story. TVC News, first with breaking news.
Meet Benga Oreshegun, a fearless voice and an advocate for the truth. He's bringing fresh energy and bold insights to journalists' hangout.
Get ready
For deeper analysis and dynamic perspectives, join me and Babajide Kolade Otitoju with other veteran journalists on Journalist Hangout. Weekdays from 5 p.m. and on Sundays 1:30 p.m.
At TVC News, wherever the big news story is happening, we're geared up to break it. TVC News, first with breaking news.
Akiwande Wole Soyinka was born on 13th July 1934 in Abeokuta, Nigeria to parents Samuel and Grace Soyinka. His education began with the Christian lessons of his parents as well as the more traditional Yoruba spiritual customs taught to him by his grandfather. He had his preparatory university studies at Government College Ibadan in 1954, subsequently University College Ibadan, and he continued at the University of Leeds, earned a bachelor's degree in English literature. Soyinka's master's degree focused on projects combining his Yoruba culture with traditional British theatre traditions. He later returned to school in Nigeria to study African theatre, during which time he continued to produce poems and plays, one of which appeared on Nigerian television. Shortly after, he became the chief of the Cathedral of Drama at the University of Ibadan. Nigeria had only recently gained independence from Britain and political corruption was at a high. Soyinka's plays and poems became increasingly political and he began giving speeches protesting government corruption. He was accused of conspiring with the Biafra rebels. He was therefore arrested and imprisoned in 1967 for almost 2 years during the Civil War, but managed during his time to write numerous poems. He was finally released in 1969 after a brief period in France. He returned to his position at the university where he founded the magazine Black Orpheus. He left his position and Nigeria in 1971, wary of the political climate of the country. During this time, he published books of poetry and essays. His plays were collected and published, and newer plays were staged. In 1986, he was the first African to win the Nobel Prize in Literature for a wide cultural perspective and with poetic overtones fashioning the drama of existence. He dedicated his acceptance speech to Nelson Mandela and used the platform to criticize apartheid. Later that same year, Soyinka was awarded the Ajib Prize and in 1988 published his book Mandela's Earth and other poems as well as art, dialogue, and outrage, essays on literature and culture. He also accepted a position at Cornell University. Throughout his life, he has served as a spokesman against apartheid and government corruption. He has won numerous other awards for his work, including the Anisfield Wolf Book Award, the Academy of Achievement Golden Plate Award, and the Ajib Prize for Literature. And he has taught at many prestigious universities, including Emory University, Harvard, and Obafemi Awolowo University. In his lifetime, Soyinka has published 2 novels, 3 collections of short stories, made 3 movies, translated 2 novels, 5 memoirs, 7 poetry collections, 13 essay collections, and produced nearly 30 plays. He holds honorary doctorates from numerous universities and has been invited to teach in schools around the world. He continues to write prolifically in spite of a bout with prostate cancer in 2014. Wole Soyinka, the Nigerian playwright and political activist, has positioned himself as a voice of the voiceless through his piece of art. He has distinguished himself as the African icon that continuously makes a mark in African literature and the world at large.
I'm Meranda Mlunge. I'm a passionate environment advocate and a published author.
I am the founder of Celebration, a businesswoman, and a fashion icon.
I am a wealth coach and a real estate developer.
I am Amako Arakwe. I'm a corporate commercial lawyer and an entrepreneur.
Barkamu da warhaka. I am Ramatu Shehu Oyibo, an entrepreneur and a business coach.
I am the voice of an average Muslim woman, an hijabite, and a lawyer.
I am a polymath and a serial entrepreneur. I am Murayo Afolabi Brand, Managing Director, TVC Entertainment. I'm a media consultant, producer, and broadcaster.
The ladies of your view are made of women from different professions, tribes, cultures, and religion. Join us every Monday to Friday as we share our views on topical and social issues.
Hello and thank you for joining us on the Monday edition of Journalist Hangout. I'm Benga Oreshegun. Today on the program, Governor Fubara to implement Supreme Court ruling and conduct fresh local government elections in Rivers State says he is not afraid as ultimate victory is certain. Mudashiro Basa makes spectacular return as Lagos Assembly Speaker. And later on the show, NLC rejects fresh electricity tariff increase, threatens nationwide protest. I'll be hanging out with Babajide Kolade Utitoju and Gani Kaidi Balogun GKB. Journalist Hangout starts right now. Now let's begin the conversation. Calm appears to be in the horizon for Rivers State, South Nigeria, after a long-drawn battle over the State House of Assembly and local government election crisis. Following judgments delivered by the Supreme Court on the crisis, Governor Siminalayi Fubara has assured people of the state that he would implement the verdicts without any reservation. In this regard, Governor Fubara has ordered the heads of local government administration in the state to immediately take over the administration of the 23 local government councils pending the conduct of fresh elections by the Rivers State Independent Electoral Commission. The governor also said
although we disagree with the judgment, we are bound to obey the order made therein as a law-abiding government. Given the outlawing of caretaker arrangements in the local government system, I hereby direct head of local government administration to immediately take over the administration of the 23 local government council, pending the conduct of a fresh election by the Rivers State Independent Electoral Commission. I further direct that the outgoing local government chairman to formally hand over to the head of local government administration by Monday, the 3rd of March, 2025.
Now, BKO, Governor Fubara has come out to say that he respects the decision of the Supreme Court, and so we expect compliance from him. But talk to me, what's your reaction to the state broadcast by Governor Fubara and the call for fresh local government elections?
If you watch issues with Jide on Saturday, I advised the governor to address the citizens of the state. And I'm happy that that's what he has done. He may not have watched me, but I felt it was the right thing to do so that you can ensure that there is calm, there is stability in the state. Because at the end of the day, if things go wrong, you are the one who will take the blame. This is the time for the governor of Rivers State to be switched on. This is the time to not listen to conflict entrepreneurs. People who have left their states, they've relocated to Rivers State because they are profiting from the crisis and the unfortunate situation there. These are the people who tell the governor, no, don't do this, don't agree, no, you can confront them, nothing will happen. Nobody can be bigger than the state.
Sure.
Governor Fubara can never be bigger than the Nigerian state. And the laws of our country, as stated by the Constitution, are enforceable. The judgments of our courts are enforceable, which means that the armed forces have the obligation to ensure compliance with our laws. We are not in a state of nature, with the Obesian state of nature. We are a people governed by laws. And we have our courts. We have the final court in our land. Once the final court has spoken, you may not agree with the decision, but you are obligated to abide by it. I'm happy that he said they disagree. Well, whether you disagree or not, you must obey, you must comply with the judgment. It's just like the judgment of God.
Okay.
You may not agree with it, but what can you do? You cannot cause the judgment to be changed. I read Pandev asking the Supreme Court to review the judgment. Okay, since people have been pushing to review judgments of the Supreme Court, how many times have they succeeded?
Is it even possible for the Supreme Court to review its own judgment?
I'll ask a valid question. How many times have they succeeded? When you keep saying they should review themselves, and they are not going to review themselves. Some governors who lost their positions, Andy Uba went back to the Supreme Court, tell the Supreme Court to review his own decision. They didn't listen to him. We saw
the lawyer was charged for.
No, that was much later.
Okay.
We saw Yari, the former governor of Zamfara, do the same thing. After the APC, due to their carelessness, lost all elections that they won by a huge landslide or huge landslides to the PDP. PDP.
Because of internal crisis?
Yes, PDP benefited from the crisis, and they took all those elective positions. Then, as if that was not all, we saw what happened in Bayelsa when two big lawyers in our country, Olanipekun and Afebayola, also urged the Supreme Court to review a decision that it had taken, which ensured that David Leon lost his mandate as governor of Bayelsa State because his deputy was accused of using forged documents. So, at the end of the day, all those things amount to nothing. The governor has a choice to listen to the people who are pushing him to the edge of a cliff. They're pushing him. And he said something. He said that even if he's removed, that's not the end of this world. That does not mean that he has lost his life. I do not even want to see the governor impeached. It makes no sense. You can still run the state without being on the same side with the other people. Just comply with the law. You cannot run the house with 3 individuals. And then you created a place in the government house for them to be sitting, 3 individuals. And the people that have been challenging, because I say the truth, they say I'm biased over Rivers matter. I've been challenging them to mention one part of the world where the aberration that has happened in Rivers has happened. I'm still waiting for anybody to tell me, okay, there is a parallel here. Why is it that it's only in our country that things get inverted? Things that you cannot imagine, you see it happen in our country, and people will treat it as if there is nothing wrong. You see lawyers telling us that, they've automatically lost their seats.
And they come on
where is the precedence? They go to TV stations. Where is the precedence? I've been telling them to show us. You do not automatically lose your seat. It's the court that will take it from you. You do not automatically lose your life even if you take a life. You must be put through a trial. This is the point that we are making. But where people cannot win themselves of their biases, they come up and tell us all kinds of things. The governor has said he will implement. He has no choice. Because, look, I'm happy. Have you seen anybody rioting in Port Harcourt now?
No.
Our colleagues who are necessarily worried, there will be violence in this. Are people losing their lives because of a judgment?
No.
Because they know that, look, life goes on. And it makes no sense for any individual to waste his life because of a politician. Nigerian politician. of all people, Nigerian politician, you go and put your life at risk because of a Nigerian politician, something must be wrong with you.
Because
Nigerian politicians,
people can sort out themselves.
How many times do they stand for the people?
Exactly.
Yeah? No, this is the time to speak the truth. How many times does the Nigerian politician stand for the people that you will now go and be risking your life? The people that you are risking your life about, when you see them hugging one another,
okay,
you now say, oh, look at them, they are hugging one another. Meanwhile, you are killing your other people. Because of them, you are killing your colleagues, people, fellow members of the Lazarus stratum of society. You are killing them because of wayward politicians. Something must be wrong with you.
All right, GKB, let me have your thoughts on this matter. The state broadcast by the governor.
I commend the governor. I think he started on the wrong foot. Now he's correcting himself. The human ego, of course, is the most destructive of all our senses, because it drives our ability not to think straight. And to me, that is what he has done now. He has buried his ego and decided to follow the law. Okay. Ultimately, he and the members of the House will have to work together, one way or the other. As you say, in this part of the country, all of them will still be indigenous of Rivers. They are all elected to drive Rivers State forward, and they must be allowed to do their jobs. So as far as I'm concerned, this is the first step. Although outside the broadcast, he also said that he's telling the youth of Rivers to see hold on, that the trigger will come when it will come. I hope I'm not reading what I'm reading to them.
Let him try.
He said they will get instructions.
I sincerely hope that what he's saying is not what I think he's saying, because he has started on the
You know, sometimes when politicians are speaking, they get carried away. Yeah. He was making a very good speech that you expect from somebody who had just lost in court. He has to give himself courage. He has to give courage to his fan base. He was doing that. You see now, suddenly he started saying that, okay, you hear instruction. Instruction to do what? To commit violence? Try it now. Instruct people to commit violence.
I want to say we took him out of context. You know?
We've asked the question.
Exactly.
So instruction to do what?
To do what? That's the question.
It needs to qualify that you hear what are you trying to tell them to do? If you try it.
Now, Biki, you remember in the state broadcast, the governor directed the head of local government administration to take over the local but the State House of Assembly, they've rejected this move. What's the implication of this?
No, what they are saying is that the Supreme Court has said that you can, that only elected local government, chairmen, councillors can run the local government. But I also believe that, given the situation that they find themselves now, I don't think the governor has a choice. There has to be a kind of interregnum. The Supreme Court was right to sack the local government chairman because of non-compliance with the Electoral Act 2010.
Okay.
In a number of ways, the Rivers State SEC, Rivers State Independent Electoral Commission didn't comply. For example, there should be 90 days notice that an election is coming.
Okay, that's according to the Act. You didn't do that.
Yes, there has to be a review of the voters register. And people will go check their names, you know.
Every step of the way.
So if you fail to comply with the Electoral Act, you have already set yourself up in a way that suggests that you've wasted your time. And that's why I said on Journalist Hangout that if all of those local government elections held by governors in our country were to be litigated upon, and getting all the way to the Supreme Court, they would all be cancelled.
All be cancelled.
Because they did some of them, they just wrote down names and say, oh yeah, go and announce names. No results, no result sheet, nothing. They cannot tell us word by word.
This is what this person's got, the numbers.
The results, they don't even have it. If you dare them, they won't be able to provide it.
And they will be sworn in immediately.
Now, still talking about the governor, okay, the State House of Assembly also gave the governor 48 hours.
Yes.
To present. But did you see him complying with this in 48 hours?
Well, there are two levels here that we are looking at. We are looking at the House of Assembly trying to assert its own independence of the governor. The number two, of course, is that the governor is still giving himself a room till Friday. Don't forget. He's still waiting for the
certified true copy
of the judgment. And he's still hoping, I may be on the wrong track here, that the High Court, handling the case of defection, will come on before all this can be done. But the House, in their wisdom, have decided that what they need to do is assert themselves quickly and fast. And that's what they're asking for.
There is nothing like waiting
for anybody.
For the CTC.
Any court to give judgment on the matter. The Supreme Court has said that Martin Amewule
is the speaker.
And that issue, the House should go and be conducting its business. And that nobody should interfere with them. Nobody should interfere with their work. It's very clear. The Supreme Court also said that by withdrawing that case, the case that they brought to the Supreme Court and withdrew, it means that they agreed with everything that Martin Amewule and his people accused them of. That's what Justice Emmanuel Agim said. There were people who were in the court who were also listening. So he said that means they agreed with everything that those people accused them of doing by withdrawing. You know, they withdrew it as a way of buying time. But that's not how the Apex Court sees it. And the Apex Court, sensing that this anomaly of having 3 individuals led by a bearded man run the affairs of the state will continue. He then took that decision that nobody should interfere with him. It agreed with the judgment of Justice Omotosho. You know, which validated the assembly members. And the Supreme Court said something, that you cannot run the House, you cannot deal with the House that is made up of 12.5 members, 12.5% of the entire yes. Which is to say, no, matters like appropriation and other things
must go through the process.
Must go before a properly constituted House. And a properly constituted House is the House led by Martin Amewule, not 3 individuals. It's very clear. They cannot. There's no lawyer what is sought who will say that he does not understand what the Supreme Court meant. You may not like the judgment. Of course,
you have to comply.
But you can't deny that you don't know what they are talking about. Because it's English language.
It's ambiguous.
The language is clear. Either the things that Justice Justice Tukur said, or Justice Emmanuel Agim, who read the lead judgment, it was clear.
All right.
You cannot run the
All right, we have a caller from Umaya. Felix from Umaya, thank you so much for joining us on Journalist Hangout.
Yeah, good evening.
Good evening to you. Let's talk.
This is Felix. I'm calling from Umaya.
Let's talk.
Hello?
Let's talk.
Okay, what my take there is that Governor Kubara will implement the Supreme Court ruling. He has taken a right step in the right direction. At least for the piece of River State, I love what it is. That's my own take. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you. So, what I was, the point I was trying to make, the properly constituted House is
the one led by Martin Amewule
faction. And the Supreme Court has said, go and deal with them. All of what you are hearing that, there is a case
in the federal high
court. The Supreme Court did not even talk about that matter. The Supreme Court said no one So if the Supreme Court said go and work with Mefule, that is the authentic speaker, are you saying that the Supreme Court didn't know what it was doing? If Barton's position is still in contention, why would the Supreme Court say go and deal with him, go and work with him?
So the case coming up April, the Federal High Court...
No, you have to understand that the governor and his people are grasping at straws. It's normal, it's political brinksmanship. They know what the law says, they know what the judgment means, but they must also throw a feeder to their
They need to make themselves happy. If they said nobody should interfere with their work, they should go ahead. They empower them to
go ahead and do their job.
So what are we talking about? And they didn't say go and do the work for a certain length of time. Go and do your work, and nobody should interfere.
Nobody should interfere.
So that is the thing. In fact, the Supreme Court said that there has been no governance in Rivers State because in their wisdom, governance is not embodied by the executive alone. So if we interfere with the work of an arm of government, which is an arm of government, the legislature in this case, then there is no governance. That is the way they have interpreted it.
Okay.
You are not Louis
XVI.
Everybody, exactly.
You are not Louis XVI. Who looked at himself and said, let's start somewhere, I am the state. No. There's no Nigerian governor who can call himself the state. And power is transient. All this gara-gara that we are seeing today, I look at people.
8 years, tops.
In a short while, they will be yesterday's men. It was Oluloyo who came into a gathering and said, Oluloyo, the mathematician.
Dr. Victor.
He said, X this, X that. X this, X that.
I'm looking at
X this, X that.
Okay.
You know? So because in no time, the people in power today are showing extreme arrogance. You need to hear how the Supreme Court described the Rivers governor. They saw him as a totalitarian, an undisciplined person, unworthy of the position that he occupies. Interpretatively, and even literally speaking, that was the way they described him.
All right, gentlemen, as we round off on this conversation, looking at it from the beginning, this battle between these two parties, do you think it should have been handled differently from the beginning?
Yeah.
Abilishu.
Yeah, I don't like giving examples from other zones.
Yes.
But Yorubas will say that there must be elders in rivers.
The elders?
There must be elders. That's what African societies.
Elders who have taken sides.
Yeah, there must be elders who will be able to intervene without taking sides.
So in other words, you blame the elders
I'm blaming the system that allows the people like the governor to unilaterally bring down the House of Assembly.
Okay.
Under one pretext. And nothing happened. And that now encourages him, emboldens him to now move forward and start running a one-man show.
You know, he was marching towards their houses, their quarters.
All right,
the leaders came and said, no, don't go there.
All right, gentlemen, we need to take a break now, okay? And when we return, the conversation continues. Don't go anywhere. Still journalist hangout.
Hello, TVC Communications. How can I help?
What makes TVC the right choice for my business?
Excellent question, sir. Let me share some exciting facts with you.
Start your day on TVC Entertainment with Wake Up Nigeria, a family and lifestyle show. Your view empowers women globally.
It's your view, let it count.
Entertainment Splash delivers the hottest celebrity trends. On TVC News, we keep you informed with breaking news and in-depth analysis of events shaping the world.
I will continue to speak the truth.
TVC News at 7 and TVC News at 10 p.m. delivers the most important stories of the day. Max FM, your hit music radio station, captivates listeners daily across Lagos and Abuja, making every commute more enjoyable. Adaba 88.9 FM is not left out, as it is the voice of Southwest, and on TVC Digital will reach to million viewers daily. All together pulls in over 17 million viewers daily. Contact us on 0707 272 8338 or marketing at tvccommunications.tv. Partner with TVC Communications today. Let's grow together.
Every major news story is with many perspectives and layered with different levels of impact.
Hello. What time did this happen? We will be right there.
At TVC News, we follow the big and major news, gathering the facts, witnessing the outcome.
I am here live at the aftermath of the approval of the new national minimum wage.
We are TV station of the year, not just for breaking news, but for being first, fair and accurate. TVC News, first with breaking news.
All right, if you just joined us, there's still Journalist Hangout. I still have BKO right here and also GKB. So let's begin. Let's go ahead with the conversation. In politics, you can never say never, as politicians are capable of schemes to achieve political aims. After weeks of struggle for the control of Lagos State House of Assembly, Mudashiru Obasa has been re-elected to lead the House. Obasa returned to the position after the former Speaker, Mojisola Meranda, resigned at a plenary session she presided over this Monday. After her resignation, Meranda was re-elected as the Deputy Speaker of the Assembly. Vicky, first of all, did you see this coming or was it expected?
No, what I saw coming was Meranda stepping down.
Okay.
Back to her position, former position as Deputy Speaker.
Mm-hmm.
And another person from Lagos West would then become the Speaker. And a few of them, including the Badagry man, Setonji David, were actually touted. But as they continue to talk, perhaps, it's not even perhaps, they were able to convince them to let Obasa return. Obasa said something on the day he went to the house to enter his office. Some people said he went to take some personal effects from his office. He said there will be no victimization. I am someone with an eye for the spoken word.
Okay.
So when I heard that, I was like, is this guy confident that he will come back?
What does he mean by there will be no victimization?
Because, look, if you are not coming back, nobody will care about victimization. Certainly, it's not Miranda that will victimize people.
Okay.
So he was confident that somehow he will bounce back. And that's why in politics,
never say never.
We have to be careful. If there is a crisis and you make it clear that you are siding with an individual rather than simply side with the truth, if they resolve their differences, because the Nigerian politician is not who you can trust fully, except you don't know what you are doing. If they resolve fully, then you have tomatoes on your face. Because how do you then, you will even be hiding your face. I'm telling you, a lot of the people who had been attacking Obasa, calling him all kinds of names. I'm not saying that Obasa is smelling like roses. I'm not, certainly, no, I'm not someone who will come here.
He's not perfect.
Yes, who will come here and be praising him to high heavens. You know? I've had cause in the past to publicly disagree with. Everybody can testify to that. Now, but we should always be restrained.
Okay.
Because nobody could have said, I knew that Obasa would come back.
Nobody.
Even some of the closest to the leader.
Nobody.
Up till
this moment.
Up to the time when they were doing the voting.
Okay.
Today.
Okay, the voting today. Okay.
Yes. People were confident that, okay, when it gets to the time when they will nominate the speaker, that it will be somebody from Lagos West. Because, yes, the argument was valid that you have to put Lagos West in the loop.
They are the biggest.
Yeah, not just by the balance. Deputy Speaker
Central.
from
Central.
From Central.
Okay.
Governor. No, not governor. Deputy Speaker from East.
Okay.
Deputy
Speaker from East.
From East. Governor
from Central.
From Central. You have to take care of Lagos West.
Okay.
So all along, people felt, okay, this is what needed to be done. Let's have that balance. Let's give Lagos West that pride of place, because when it comes to voting,
they
deliver. So, but people were not thinking that Obasa will bounce back. Whoever said that must be a liar. Yes, some people were pushing for him, but the assembly members were also insisting on not having him come back.
Okay.
Otherwise, the day when he stormed the house, you could have seen those assembly members go there in solidarity with him. So how many people went there?
Sure.
But in politics, as he said, never say never.
Never say never.
They've been talking to these guys, and I think ultimately, somebody sent me a message this morning to say Obasa is coming back today. Check my Facebook post before the election. I just put his name. I said, Obasa. I didn't say anything. So people were asking.
The comments,
what's going on? But some people then suspected that I had heard that they were bring him back. So, and as they continued the voting, they were now commenting. They now saw why
you actually posted.
I didn't say a word beyond Obasa, So, never say never. They appeal to them. And what we then want to see from Obasa now is it's not every time that a man gets a second chance.
True.
You have to show humility, magnanimity, and maturity. Do not persecute those who went against you because they never thought you would come back. It's God that you should be grateful to.
Exactly.
This is the season of Ramadan. Don't persecute anyone on account of what has happened, because that fear that if he comes back he's going to deal with us was one reason many of them didn't want him to come back. So if you now come back
and you now go after
them, you are punishing them, then that means their fear has been confirmed.
Okay.
I don't think at this time that's what he should do, and party leaders need to also impress it upon him that he should instill confidence in his abilities, in himself, in his colleagues. Don't treat them like, oh, now that I'm back, no. We don't want that. And we want stability in the house that we've always described as the best in Nigeria. We want stability, we want peace to reign.
Now, GKB, now that Honorable Mojisola Obasa is back, the thing is, are we back to status quo, or will there be more development?
Oh, definitely. We are moving towards the next round of elections. We have a governor that is in the second term. A lot of interests are going to come up. What this has shown really is that Lagos has always been the pace setter. People are saying that nobody wants to rock the boat in Lagos.
It's a center of excellence.
And the president, as a Lagosian, also does not want anybody to rock the boat in Lagos. But whoever achieves this, I'm sure even Obasa himself, 48 hours ago, 72 hours ago, will not, unless he's lying to himself, that he thinks that this will happen. I think all this happened the day he stormed the
house.
He went to the house.
Like,
because the day before, even those closest to him were doing what Jide said. Clean the house, get a neutral person to come in as speaker, or allow Ajayi Obasa to resign. Clean his record.
That was a proposition.
And that's what, even those who are very close to him,
yes,
local government chairmen who are extremely loyal to him, that's what they said. That this is just the end game. That you go back in, you resign, it will be on record that you resigned.
They resigned. Just the way they did to Tejo.
Okay, just for history.
So that's on record.
To protect his own
political life.
Exactly.
But even those people were not in the know when he went to the house. I think the game changed at that point in time. And somebody somewhere, some people somewhere must have done the needful.
The game must have changed overnight.
Because they were so sure. Because I know people who are very close to him, and all he said was what they said. That he's going to resign, that he's going to, I said, he's going to leave the house. I said, no, he's not going to leave the house. It will be like Lawan when he was removed.
Okay.
He will be there, but will not be a major player, but will still be a member till the end of his tenure. Okay. That was the agreement. So, but like we know, politics is not a game of 2 plus 2. Does not always equal to 4.
Okay.
Sometimes 3.5, sometimes 5.5. So the way it was. But like I said, this is just the first salvo.
The first salvo?
Yeah. In a game that will lead to whoever is going to occupy.
For 2027.
Lagos House.
I think that by and large, the leader of the party
in
Lagos, the leader of the party in Nigeria, made it clear that it was wrong for the assembly members to have blindsided him
before taking that decision.
In the way they did. They didn't consult him, most likely because they felt if they told him, he would not permit them to remove him. So they wanted to take that decision without his knowledge. And then he got angry. But no, why did you do this without telling me? You know? He felt that this was strange. And they should have.
They should have at least put me in the know.
Yes, yes. You know,
politics.
There are things that the leader stands for. Some of them we cannot publicly talk about.
Sure.
But there are some people, when fiercely loyal to him, you can go to the end of the world with them. I think that his belief in Obasa is now without any shadow of a doubt. And his belief in him and the fact that Obasa has been loyal to him, who attest to his loyalty.
So he's reaping the fruit right now.
Yes. He felt, why did they remove him without even letting him
consultation.
So he showed his anger. And he showed. Everyone knows that he showed his anger. And ultimately, they were pressured to take him back. And there must have been assurances that Obasa would not persecute his colleagues. For them to have now agreed, okay, we're treating this matter as a family matter. Because even the person who gave me the information before they eventually re-elected him said they have agreed to let him come back.
Okay.
And I knew that person could not have lied. That was why I made the Facebook post. And also...
Okay. Another thing is Mojisola Meranda resigned today.
Yeah.
We should be recognized as a former speaker right now. Just for the few weeks or 1 month that she...
Doesn't matter if
with all the privileges and...
Even just 1 hour.
Yes,
even just 1 hour, she can be recognized.
She is a former
resigned.
Speaker. She is a former speaker.
Resigned.
Her picture will go onto the wall as a former speaker.
As a former speaker.
Don't forget that, what's the name now? Mojisola Obasa.
Yes.
Just been re-elected today to the office of the speaker. So this is a fresh tenure.
It's a fresh tenure. You know, his long reign as speaker, Obasa is the second longest reigning speaker.
From Borno, I think Borno is
the longest is in Borno. Yeah, and I'm saying this because some Nigerians go around saying that Obasa has been the longest serving speaker. That is not true.
It's not true. Yeah.
Abdul Karim, the speaker Lawan Abdul Karim, the Speaker of the Borno State House of Assembly, is the longest serving speaker in Nigeria. You know, now Obasa has had what you cannot call unbroken speakership. So it's a fresh tenure that is starting
a fresh tenure today.
So it's a long record.
Okay, now that you say
at one point.
Now that you say it's a first tenure, what are you looking forward to with this new leadership?
No, I look forward to him bringing his people closer.
Okay.
If there are complaints about him,
his style,
about his interpersonal relationship skills, you know, people may not show some of those things. They will wait until you're downfall. That's when they will be talking. Because when Obasa clocked 50 years, he invited me to the party, and I was there. I saw how the assembly members were swarming around him. So when this happened and we started hearing some things, I was like, but this was not how, you know, the human mind is extremely difficult to read. Even Shakespeare said that there is no art by which you can read the human mind. Sure. So some of the people that he must have felt were with him, who are rejoicing with him on that happy day. You were all there. It was Lanre Teribatorishi that was singing. He must have seen the way some of them behaved when this problem happened. But as a good leader, as I've said before, he has to bring them closer, tell them that this is a new chapter. This is not the time to victimize anyone. I will be terribly disappointed in him if we are now hearing stories that he's persecuting people.
So it should be old things are passed away.
Yes, old things are passed away. Let's have a new chapter. Everything is geared towards the development of Lagos. True. You know, we've set high standards for ourselves in the house. Let's continue.
Exactly.
Let's put the past behind us. The past is water under the bridge. We should not bother ourselves about the past.
Exactly.
So this is what he should be telling his people. And I'm sure that they will be able to
everything is on him.
Exactly.
Yes.
It's whatever science he shows.
All right,
they will
then.
now take up.
All right, gentlemen, let's move straight to our final conversation. While Nigerians are still grappling with the increase in data subscription, there are reports of a possible electricity tariff hike. As such, the Nigerian Labour Congress NLC has vowed to mobilize workers and citizens for a nationwide protest if the federal government proceeds with the proposed electricity tariff hike. The NLC described the plan as economic violence against the working class. The union accused the Ministry of Power and the Nigerian Electricity Regulatory Commission, NERC, of attempting to force consumers into higher tariff bands under the pretext of service improvement. GKB, I'll come to you here. Past protests by the NLC did not bring about a reduction in the electricity tariff. But what makes this situation different, and how does the NLC plan to ensure that the government listens this time?
Well, there have been proposals in the past that were brought down, not to the original level. But sometimes they are going to do it like, let's say 200 naira, at the end of the day it to be 50 naira. So it's been done before, not necessarily by NLC, but by Nigerians and people like those of us on this program. Are going to have their way to do that. As a person, I find it extremely difficult to decide that something as important, something as strategic as power, we are treating it as a commercial entity. I may be wrong, but I don't think there's any country in the world who does that.
That will joke with energy.
That takes energy or something else. So, because it's security. In some countries, you can go to, even in Nigeria, people have gone to jail for tampering with the national grid. You know, under Babangida. People who are sentenced to jail as treason.
Yes.
It's economic sabotage.
Yeah, so
no, they are not even permitted
to even do that.
To go on any strike. The kind of work they are under essential services. It's just like soldiers or policemen.
Exactly.
So there must be a middle ground between the need for us to recoup our money in the power sector and to protect our people from becoming impoverished by these things that happen every day. Because it is not fair, really, to keep paying this money, not getting the services is one thing. Now, you have no choice. The affordability is very low.
Okay.
In my estate used to be on Band A. A lot of retired people live in that estate. So they have to go to this, and then they have to bring us down
to Band
B. But even with that, the money we were paying under Band A never wavered for the day. Only maybe about 2 naira, 3 naira,
okay.
But still the same amount for less.
Really?
And these are mostly retirees, people in their 60s that are living in these estates. What do you want them to do? Their pension cannot even buy food. Not to talk of buying
paying for electricity.
There must be a middle ground. I know the minister
There must
very
be
well.
a middle ground.
There must be a middle ground for the government trying to recoup the money or bring the investors to the.
But with what NLC plans to do now, you think the government will listen?
That's what I started with. I said usually something will give.
Something will give.
But you not be at the level that we want. Ultimately, let's say we start with 10 naira and they are going to 20.
Okay.
After all the noise, everybody makes the noise to come down to 15. But there have been an increment. And that to me is the key.
Mikio, your thoughts here?
I support NSC because at the end of the day, whether we like it or not, they are the spokespersons for the ordinary Nigerians. NSC does not fight for workers alone. It fights for the masses, and that's why a very good leadership of NSC is beneficial to the majority of our people. Nigerians are grappling with a lot. Thank God food prices are going down now, but Nigerians deserve much more than that as a form of breather. They are still grappling with the
data,
the hike in
telecoms
tariff. We want to see what was agreed implemented. Now we are hearing that they want to reclassify electricity consumers, bring some of them down to Band B and other people. What NSC is saying is no. We reject this sham reclassification by the Regulatory Commission because they believe that it will lead Nigerians to pay more for electricity. More, where people are paying more for poor services. The other day, the minister was boasting that people no longer buy fuel.
Yes, I was surprised at that statement.
Come to my house and see how much I buy fuel.
I was surprised.
Nobody can come to my house and say we don't buy fuel, or even the area where I live.
Absolutely.
Since I don't have the money to live in VGC and all of these highbrow, my own little closet, we buy petrol. Stop saying that people have stopped buying. That is a lie from the pit of hell. We are still buying. We are buying so much. There are days when, like 3 days on the bounce, you may not even have light. There are many Nigerians who are grappling with that.
True.
So even the value for money is not there. That is why these complaints are rampant. And when, after the removal of subsidy, prices of so many things have gone up.
True.
There is a need for government to begin to allow Nigerians recover from petrol subsidy removal and the associated
fallouts.
Yes. Now, if we've increased electricity tariff and we are trying to do it in another guise, I don't think that's what Nigerians want to see. And the government has to be careful. Because, yes, some of the changes that the government has introduced are necessary. I said at that time that we needed this subsidy to go. But I do not think that we need a fresh increase in electricity tariff. You've got to give Nigerians that breathing space to at least recover from some of the
fallouts
of the subsidy removal. And so hike in electricity tariff, not now. So the telecommunications tariff, I'm happy that government has agreed that, okay, let's reduce it from
50%?
From 50% to 30, is it 35 or what?
31.5.
So
okay,
at least they've slashed it, but let's not move from there to say, okay, electricity tariff. No, because even we are not getting value for money. People are complaining whether it's band-aid. There are some people they put them on band-aid. They don't. It depends on where you are resident. I see people sometimes talking like illiterates. We now have there is improvement in electricity. Where? How do you measure improvement in electricity? You start from the generating capacity. Okay. What is generated? You move from what is generated to what is willed.
Okay.
By the transmission company. And what have the discourse taken in? Because discourse are notorious for even rejecting power. Push to them. If, for example, you push power to them and they are supposed to supply, they will not supply areas where they know they are not likely to collect money.
Sure.
Especially where the poor people stay. Some of them is with dagger and everything that they will fight you. If you climb that pole, you climb that NEPA pole, they will be waiting for you with their cutlasses.
I remember a joke.
Cut that light, let me see. So in such places, if they are not sure, they won't bother to give you light. And where energy theft is recurrent, for example, because Nigerians do a lot of energy theft, but we hardly talk about it.
Sure.
We abuse discos, we abuse gencos,
but we don't
people
talk
steal
about
energy
exactly.
a lot. So where they know too that energy theft is rampant, they may not give them. So these things happen, but by and large, we don't get as much value for money as we should get. And so if you talk about increasing tariff again, it's against the grain. It's not something that people will be happy
All right,
to
gentlemen. All right, gentlemen. It's a fine place for us to leave it. GKB, I appreciate you as always. Thank you so much for having this conversation. BKO, thank you very much for having this conversation. And that's it on Journalist Hangout today. Join us tomorrow for another episode of the program. You can watch the repeat broadcast of this episode tonight at 11. Join us on Sunday from 1:30 to 3:30 p.m. for Journalist Hangout on Sunday. We are on YouTube at youtube.com/TVC News Nigeria. I am Benga. Bye for now, and God bless Nigeria.
Hello, TVC Communications. How can I help?
What makes TVC the right choice for my business?
Excellent question, sir. Let me share some exciting facts with you.
Start your day on TVC Entertainment with Wake Up Nigeria, a family and lifestyle show. Your view empowers women globally.
It's your view, let it count.
Entertainment Splash delivers the hottest celebrity trends. On TVC News, we keep you informed with breaking news and in-depth analysis of events shaping the world.
I will continue to speak the truth.
TVC News at 7 and TVC News at 10 p.m. delivers the most important stories of the day. Max FM, your hit music radio station, captivates listeners daily across Lagos and Abuja, making every commute more enjoyable. Adaba 88.9 FM is not left out, as it is the voice of Southwest. And on TVC Digital, we reach to million viewers daily. All together, pulls in over 17 million viewers daily. Contact us on 0707-272-8338 or marketing at tvccommunications.tv. Partner with TVC Communications today. Let's grow together.
Every second, every minute, every hour, and every day, time doesn't just tick away. It's a countdown to political decisions that shape our world.
This country must move on.
Imagine the impact these decisions have on our lives. Some are consequential, others may leave us intrigued or baffled.
You will have no better friend and partner
They are Nigeria.
Step in and feel the frenzy like never before. Join me every weekday for an hour of fact-finding interviews where questions cut to the core.
How would you say your administration has fared in these sectors?
I will dig in to get to the heart of issues, from local politics to global insight. Join me as I unearth the power plays, jaw-dropping revelations and the unfiltered truth. This isn't just politics, it's unraveling the stories that matter. Brace yourself for Politics Tonight every weekday at 8 p.m, where every decision echoes along the corridors of our lives. Politics Tonight, only on TVC News.
Returned as Speaker of the House. This follows the resignation of Mojisola Meranda as Speaker. She commended her colleagues for the support and confidence in her as the first female Speaker of the Assembly, saying her decision to resign was in the best interest of the House.
Please permit me, dear colleagues, to reinstate the position I previously expressed in a League publication, wherein I stated as follows. 1. It is with that I hereby give you notice of my decision to resign as the Speaker of the Lagos State House of Assembly, 3rd of March 2025. On the one hand, and the recent political turmoil which is threatening the cohesion of this honorable house, on the other hand. We had a representative of the good people of Lagos with a mandate to protect our democracy and ensure good governance. I am a good student of political history, and in this regard, I know that this is a point at which, as your leader, I have to make this selfless sacrifice to resign in order to protect this institution. I, Right Honorable Mojisola Meranda, do solemnly swear that in the service of the state as the Deputy Speaker of the Lagos State House of Assembly, I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to the Lagos State of Nigeria at all times. I will not discriminate on the basis of religion, tribe, cause, or status, or practice any form of partiality in the performance.
Well, the former speaker said she didn't take the decision lightly, stating that she is in a quitter, but took the decision to save the House from further embarrassment. She was later on sworn in as Deputy Speaker. The lawmakers thereafter now set up a motion to also swear in the new Speaker.
Honorable Noyim Adams, represent the good people of Intiosa Constituency 1, rise this afternoon to nominate Right Honorable Dr. Mudashiru Ajayobasa to take the chair as the Speaker of this prestigious Lagos State House of Assembly. I so nominate.
I, Honorable Prince Nureni Ayinde Akinsanya, representing the good people of Mushin, I rise to second the motion as moved.
I, Mojisola, solemnly swear that in the service of the state as the Speaker of Lagos State House of Assembly, I will be faithful, bearing true allegiance to Lagos State of Nigeria at all times. I will not discriminate on the basis of religion, tribe, cause, status, or practice my form of in practice of any form of partiality in the performance of my official duties.
Interesting development today earlier at the Lagos State House of Assembly, where we saw the former Speaker Mojisola Meranda stepping down, resigning his position as Speaker, and then thereafter being nominated as Deputy Speaker. It's a stunning U-turn. Just last week, 35 lawmakers rejected Obasa as Speaker, but today he's back in charge. What changed? That's a big question, right? They say there are even more interesting days ahead. We'll take a break and we'll return with our major topic of conversation on the show today.
Doubt and fear doesn't occur at the canvas, it shows in the canvas. It shows the conation of raw earthen material slabbed, stroked and molded at a pace provided by the doubt and fear. Every move weigh in the struggle of one to the other, merging the past to the present, brushstrokes of colors seen but not known. For when the wailing stops, the pieces settle down in abject beauty erected for a century of a century. Speaking, advocating, protesting as the arts are meant to be.
I'm Miriam Lunge. I'm a passionate environment advocate and a published author.
I am the founder of Celebration, a businesswoman, and a fashion icon.
I am a wealth coach and a real estate developer.
I am Amako Arakwe. I'm a corporate commercial lawyer and an entrepreneur.
Welcome to Warhaka. I am Ramatu Shehu Oyibo, an entrepreneur and a business coach.
I am the voice of an average Muslim woman, an hijabite, and a lawyer.
I am a polymath and a serial entrepreneur.
I am Mojisola Afolabi, Managing Director, TVC Entertainment. I'm a media consultant, producer, and broadcaster.
The ladies of your view are made of women from different professions, tribes, cultures, and religion. Join us every Monday to Friday as we share our views on topical and social issues.
Tonight, we delve into the ongoing leadership crisis within the National Union of Road Transport Workers, where we're following developments as regards the Court of Appeal judgment. The union, which has been embroiled in a bitter dispute over its leadership, has seen two individuals claim the presidency, Comrade Tajuddin Barua and MC Oluomo. The crisis has been marked by court battles with the National Industrial Court as well as the Court of Appeal weighing in on the matter. Despite the court's rulings, the situation remains unresolved, with both factions refusing to back down. Let's bring in Tolu Babalele, who's the lawyer representing Comrade Tajuddin Barua. Mr. Babalele, thank you for joining us on the program this evening. Let's begin with an insight into, perhaps do a brief overview of the events that have transpired since the election in 2023, including the court interventions and the current state of affairs within the union.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you now. Do a summary for us, if you can, in 2 minutes.
Yes. In 2023, May 24th, to be specific, Tajuddin Barua was elected as the president of National Union of Road Transport Workers. And on 27th of August of same year, he was sworn in. On 28th, a group of dissidents who lost election, led by Alagi Yasin, led some other groups. Notable among them is Comrade Tajudeen Agbede, MC Oluomo, and the whole up and went to a place in they went to a place in Abuja and decided that they were not going to agree with the verdict of the majority of National Union of Road Transport Workers, and purportedly set up a caretaker committee. And they were led by some police officers and some thugs to take over the national office from the incumbent president, which is Alhaji Tajudeen Bikunle Barua. And as soon as this thing happened, Bikunle Barua wanted to retaliate by also going ahead using thugs to go and fight them in the secretariat. I cautioned him not to do that, and we went to court. So when we got to the matter was tabled before the court, and then the matter was won by Tajudeen Bikunle Barua. Not satisfied with the outcome of the court, MC Oluoma and Yasin and his cohorts went to the Court of Appeal. And at the Court of Appeal came to the conclusion that Barua was validly elected, and it is illegal for them to usurp and chase him out of the office. And they were told to forthwith vacate that office for the president. Even this matter, NLC intervened severally, minister intervened severally, but we discovered that they decided to sit tight in the office and refuse to yield position up to today. Despite the fact that
Mr. Babalaye, allow me to jump in. Allow me to jump in because most of these accounts you have, mentioned them earlier. They are out there in the open. But walk us through the timeline. Are you saying that the inauguration of MC Oluomo as national president of the union came after the Court of Appeal affirmed Barua's leadership?
The election of the union. As at the time, MC Oluomo purportedly claimed to have contested as president of the union. There was no vacancy because the judgment of Court of Appeal came on 8th of November 2024. MC Oluomo was purportedly elected by some dissidents at Osogbo on 9th of November, a day after the judgment. And he is a privy to the judgment. He's bound by that judgment because he's part of the people who were claiming the seat with Barua. And let me tell you, sir, MC Oluomo was never part of the union because he left the union and he became the chairman of park management in Lagos. And for you to come back to the union and contest election, you have to have spent 2 years as a member of the union. Up to now, MC Oluomo has not spent 2 years. And unfortunately, the federal government, the Attorney General, the Nigerian Police Force, the National Security Advisor, PSS, we wrote to all of them about this shenanigan and this open brigandage and breach of rule of law. But they have chosen to do nothing. One wonders how they now quickly went to Osun to be purportedly, executing a court order that was not even clear, while leaving a very clear and straightforward court order.
Mr. Babalaye, let us stay within the confines of this conversation. You mentioned reaching out to the Inspector General of Police. Hold on a minute, Mr. Babalaye. Hold on, Mr. Babalaye. Hold on. Let us, we don't have as much time. We invited you for this conversation. Let us stick within the context of what we are talking so that we can establish the facts. We don't have to go to other areas. We don't have as much time. There's a limited time to discuss this issue. So let's focus on what we came here for. You mentioned reaching out to the IG, right? the National Security
Yes.
Advisor. You mentioned the Attorney General of the Federation, the
Exactly, and the
DSS, and what
DSS.
have you. Can you confirm if these relevant government agencies, who of course are meant to, implement the position of the court, have they received the certified true copy of this judgment? When exactly did they receive it?
I stand to be corrected, and I stand to be challenged by anyone, any of these organizations that has not received copies of the certified true copy of the judgment. We wrote to them. In fact, specifically, Office of the Attorney General wrote back to us that apart from the certified true copy of the judgment, we should provide all documents, even the papers we file at the industrial court, that we should provide it for them, which we did. But up till now, nothing has been done. It's very unfortunate that this is happening in the regime of Bola Ahmed Tinubu, who came on the matter of obedience of rule of law. But what we have is far away from me. And
all right, so
this is not known to the president, and that's why we are calling on the president to please do the needful, because this is a dent on the image of this of this government. It's
precisely. What was the police response to the situation? Did they take any actions to enforce the court decision?
The police have always looked away, even up to now. 2 weeks ago, we were seeing the Office of the National Security Advisor. The police invited the president of the National Union, Alhaji Barwa. We were there. They invited the lawyer, the MC Oluoman group. He was not there. He sent his lawyer to the place, and they gave excuse that they will be there last week. Last week, they didn't come, and police has up to now has done nothing. So this is very, very unfortunate that this can happen in this country.
So when you say police has done nothing, yes. I'm just curious about you providing specific answers. You mentioned what the Attorney General, the Office of the Attorney General said, and what they requested that you bring. You are also saying that the police has actually invited both parties. What was the precise response to the certified true copy when you mentioned to them that it is their responsibility to enforce the order of the Court of Appeal? Precisely what did they say?
Before the police, Alhaji Barwa made statement to the police, asked him to make statement, to submit the judgment of the court, to submit this enrollment of order. He did everything. And the police even aware, because the SAN the police has an SAN, Mr. Law, who is a senior advocate. He was the one that was in charge of the whole thing. That's the OC legal of the police. Before this issue of whether it's overage or not arose. But it was the OC legal of police. We submitted all these documents. So it is come today, come tomorrow. Till tomorrow. We even had that press conference 2 weeks ago. We have not had anything. So, and up till now, the other group are staying put in the office in which they usurp illegally.
Mr. Obalaye, is it possible that the opposing faction has appealed this court judgment before the Apex Court, potentially resulting in a stay of execution? Are you privy to that?
Let me make it clear to you. In industrial matter, Court of Appeal is the last court. Under
is the Apex Court?
Subsection 4 is the Apex Court. Appeal does not lie against judgment of Court of Appeal before any court of law in Nigeria, because Court of Appeal is the last court. So there's no appeal.
It is now more than 3 months after what you call the Apex Court decision on this matter. As a lawyer, perhaps you want to provide some insight into the typical time frame for enforcing a court order of this nature. Is there a precedence that we can learn from?
There's no physical time frame for the enforcement. The judgment takes effect immediately, and because it is expressed in the judgment that the judgment should be complied with forthwith, which means immediately. And apart from that, the judgment is a declaratory judgment, which immediately takes effect. So, but unfortunately, we have an organization in Nigeria dragging feet. Even the NSC is aware of this. The police are aware, except the presidency. The president, Mr. President, may not be aware, but the people are dropping the name of a particular man in the presidency, which I will not mention here. So, because they are dropping the name and they are saying nothing will happen. And true to God, up to today, nothing is happening. This is very unfortunate and very, very painful. All they do now is to go to lower courts, go to federal high court to be say there are pending cases. How can the pending case in the federal high court be pending against a judgment of a superior court? So it's a collision course in law. It cannot hold water. No other lower court can sit in appeal over the judgment of a court of appeal. So what we are calling for is for the immediate execution of this judgment, so that Nigerians will know that judiciary is still the last hope of the common man. Because justice is supposed to be blindfolded. But in Nigeria, our justice system now is as if it is perforated. You can see, and they decide to implement the one they like in this case. It is very unfortunate. And this is not a political matter. National Union is not a political party. They are not PDP, they are not APC, they are not NDDP or any other party.
All right.
It's just a trade union fighting for the interests of their members.
You
and
mentioned
children of the president.
You mentioned
should do something now.
You mentioned that the NLC is aware, right? I'm wondering what the reaction is from organized labor and also the Minister of Labor himself.
The NLC has been aware. They have issued statements in this country, about 2 or 3 statements, calling on the federal government, calling on the NLC, Minister of Labor and Employment, to recognize Baruwa-led National Union of Road Transport Workers. But nothing has been done up to date. It's very unfortunate. It's very unfortunate. But all I know is that between now and 2027, there's no vacancy in National Union of Road Transport Workers, because election can only take place in May 2027. Are you
hearing from
the tenure of Baruwa will elapse only in August 2027. Between now and then, he is the president of National Union in the eye of the law, and there's nothing anybody can do about it.
Perhaps you can walk us through what the internal dynamics look like within the NURTW and what you consider the motivations behind the opposing factions' actions in this regard.
Well, what I see as the motivating factor is that a particular former president is claiming that he is the one who will be choosing leadership for the National Union. He doesn't want the members of the National Union to decide their fate and choose for themselves, and which is very, very unfortunate. So, because this is about democracy, and the union is a national union with spread. The geopolitical zones, they have their conference and they have their election and elected Baruwa, other officers. So it's very unfortunate that a faction who believe that they have father in Israel in the villa are the people behind this.
All right. Good place.
To justice.
It's a good place to leave it. Mr. Tolu Babaleye is the lawyer representing Comrade Tajuddin Baruwa in this matter. Thank you so much for sharing your thoughts on this issue, Mr. Babaleye. Well, the MC Oluomo faction has a right of reply. We're hoping to hear from them as well. Perhaps a counsel on this matter to answer questions on why is it difficult to obey the decision of the Court of Appeal, which according to the lawyer is the apex court in this matter. Before we go, everyone, on the show, we have some terror news. Nigeria is making waves on the global stage, and we couldn't be prouder. Stanley Anigogo, a brilliant Nigerian youth, has been shortlisted as a top finalist for the 2025 Commonwealth Youth Awards. This prestigious award recognizes exceptional young individuals who have made significant contributions to achieving the sustainable development goals and enhancing development in their communities. Out of over 800 applications from across the world, Stanley has emerged as one of the top finalists in Africa, alongside Comfort Peace Ayikoru from Uganda, Faith Kuya from Tanzania, and Frederick Kyoko Kilonzo from Kenya. It's a testament to the incredible talent and dedication of Nigerian youths. The Commonwealth Youth Awards ceremony will take place on 12th of March 2025 in London and will be hosted by the Commonwealth Secretary General, the Right Honourable Patricia Scotland Casey, on the sideline of the Commonwealth Day this year. The event will be live streamed on YouTube and Facebook. Let's celebrate Stanley's achievement and the incredible contributions of Nigerian youth to the global community. It's important to note that the views and opinions expressed in this live broadcast are those of the participants and do not necessarily reflect the editorial policy of the TVC News or TVC Communications. That's our show today, everyone. You can watch it again at midnight and at 6 a.m. tomorrow. I am Nifemi Oguntoye.
The Inspector General of Police has met with senior officers to review the state of security.
We are continuing our coverage of the arrest of Godwin Emefiele.
The Senate has summoned the governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria to properly brief the Senate regarding the state of the economy.
What I will never take.
Let's now bring you more development from Ibadan, the Oyo State capital, where an explosion has taken place. Tell us about this incident.
TVC News. First with breaking news.
Hello, NAFDAC Impact lovers. We have good news for you. In the quest to keep Nigerians abreast of the happenings in the digital space, NAFDAC Impact, a flagship TV program of the National Information Technology Development Agency, is now showing here on Television Continental. It is, as always, educative, informative, and innovative. NAFDAC Impact. Keep a date with NAFDAC Impact, your guide to a digital Nigeria.
Wherever you see destruction, it's because God is absent. There is no destruction in God. So who started killing from Genesis? Satan. Jesus exposed him. The thief cometh not, but for to steal, to kill, and to destroy. But I am come that you may have life and have it how much? More abundant. I prophesy as your amen is coming like thunder. Whatever is yours, receive it now.
Every second, every minute, every hour, and every day, time doesn't just tick away. It counts down to political decisions that shape our world.
This country must move.
Imagine the impact these decisions have on our lives. Some are consequential, others may leave us intrigued or baffled.
You will have no better friend and partner than Nigeria.
Step in and feel the frenzy like never before. Join me every weekday for an hour of fact-finding interviews where questions cut to the core.
How would you say your administration has fared in these sectors?
I will dig in to get to the heart of issues, from local politics to global insight. Join me as I unearth the power plays, jaw-dropping revelations, and the unfiltered truth. This isn't just politics, it's unraveling the stories that matter. Brace yourself for Politics Tonight every weekday at 8 p.m., where every decision echoes along the corridors of our lives. Politics Tonight, only on TVC News.
It's a pleasure to welcome you to this episode of NAFDAC and Your Health. This is the program where NAFDAC, the agency that regulates food products, drugs, cosmetics, and medical devices, intimates the public on our activities and the drive to protect the health of the nation. My name is Okpejemi Orimolade.
On today's episode of NAFDAC and Your Health, we will begin with the NAFDAC Director General's tour of the warehouse, where they seized drugs during the ongoing raid of open drug markets in Udumota and other parts of Lagos are kept, and the Director General's interaction with the Fourth Estate of the realm on the raid, as well as the seized products. Then, on the second segment, we will be bringing you highlights from the visit of a team of technical experts from the Democratic Republic of Ethiopia to share the experience of Nigeria on the implementation of large-scale food fortification. NAFDAC has been carrying out massive raids in drug open markets across the nation, and the agency has made alarming discoveries and seizures, particularly in Idumota, Onitsha, and Aba, respectively. The raid has revealed the monumental health risk that Nigerian citizens are being exposed to and the colossal damage that could be caused if such pragmatic steps being taken by NAFDAC is not intensified. However, because the magnitude of the raid seems to have affected smooth trade in the markets where these raids are taking place, it has been said in some quarters that NAFDAC is disturbing trade in the markets. Despite all this, the NAFDAC Director General, during a tour of the agency's warehouse where the seized drugs are kept, remains insistent that the agency is determined to put a permanent stop to drugs open markets.
Enough is enough. We love trade. We have Office of Trade and International Relations in NAFDAC. We want to foster trade, but not at the detriment of our people, not on the back of our people. But again, this process continues. We want to be sure that the people that are supposed to sell medicines are the ones selling medicines, and that they are selling the right medicines. If they don't, we will evacuate.
Professor Mojisola Adeyeye further gave details of how the raid activities were actually to protect the Nigerian citizens and should not be seen as disturbance to trade.
We are not disturbing trade. We are protecting lives. We are protecting our young people from becoming useless. We are in Onitsha as we speak, and they are telling us that we are disturbing trade. We are going to where drug shops are not. 3 years ago, we went to the plumbing section at the Onitsha Head Bridge with police. They almost killed our staff and police. They overwhelmed us because after intelligence reports that many of these drugs are being kept in sections that are not for drugs. We know that we couldn't go there ourselves. That's why we called NSA. We have 1,000 forces working with us, 400 in Onitsha, 350 in Aba, and 250 here in Idumota. We are not disturbing trade. If you see what we are seeing now, you will weep for our country.
The NAFDAC DG enumerated the various offences that constituted the violation of NAFDAC rules.
Bad ventilation in terms of storage practice, with no provision for rectification, environmental sanitary conditions very bad. We have found vaccines that are not supposed to be stored outside the refrigerator. We have found controlled substances. We have found condoms that are supposed to have been destroyed since 2022. Yes. We have found products, USAID products, antiretrovirals for free use. We have found them in the market. So just name them. We have found them. Tramadol, Analgin. Analgin has been banned in Nigeria before my time. We found loads of Analgin, not just 1 box, 2 boxes, like container loads of Analgin. How did they get into the country? And we have found products, of course, most of these products are expired or registered. We have found machines that they are using to change the dates. Drugs that are supposed to have expired 2022 or 2023, they will change it to 2028, and people will keep not getting well. That's why we are doing what we are doing. There are some medicines that are donated that are not supposed to be in the market, that are here. This room is filled to the brim. And this is just a tip of the iceberg in terms of what we are seeing. Before this operation started, our enforcement met with the leaders of the market. So we didn't go there and start forcing our way in, to let them understand that we are just doing our work, but we work with the leaders, and the leaders were following us as we get into any shop. That is what has happened in Onitsha, in Aba, and in Idumota. Just to let you know that we've just got to sanitize. We need to sanitize the drug distribution in Nigeria. This is not the way it's supposed to be in the world. What is happening now cannot happen, has never happened in any part of the world.
The unscrupulous dealers in the counterfeit and unapproved drugs made efforts to outsmart NAFDAC, but NAFDAC was smarter as usual.
These trucks that you have seen here are trucks that were caught by security forces in the night, trying to take drugs away from Idumota, where we have our operation. So these trucks are seized. We are not destroying trade. We are protecting lives. We cannot, because of trade, let people continue to die needlessly.
Professor Mojisola Adeyeye spoke further on the successes so far recorded in the raid and what steps are to follow.
We have arrested at least 40 in the 3 places. In terms of Aba, from Osisioma alone, the house, we have evacuated more than 14 truckloads. So from Aba alone, about 20-something truckloads. And we are winding down in Aba because we have almost finished. Finished in the sense of evacuation. We are now going to start going shop by shop. Are you registered? Are you not registered? You need to register. And you must be qualified to register. Anybody cannot register. Anywhere drug is being sold, there must be a pharmacist that is going to stand for that shop. So we're going to be going through that. For Onitsha, we have evacuated at least not less than 30 truckloads, and we are still about 20%. They are winding down, but we're going to go to the next stage, working hand by hand, hand in hand with our Pharmacy Council of Nigeria, our sister agency. About 27 truckloads from Idumota. So we have to now start destroying, and we have a record. We're not doing this blindly. We have a record. Shop 1, violation. Shop 2, no violation. Shop 3, violation, violation, violation. But we cannot just go one by one and say, okay, you can start selling. And that person we are going to check it. No, we have to do a holistic work operation like what we are doing now. There are some traders that are genuine. They have violated our rule, but we don't see violated product. They've violated our rules, PCN. They are not registered, they're supposed to register. They are storing in places that are not supposed to be stored. Drugs are not supposed to be stored, they are storing them there. They have violated our rules, but they don't have violated products. So it's not all shops that have violated products. But you cannot leave one shop and then we do another one. It will be chaos.
The NAFDAC DG gave insight on ways she believed the activities of smugglers who bring these counterfeit drug products could best be curbed.
It is people that work. Some of our borders are not manned because we don't have enough people. We don't have enough staff. Many of our staff do the job of 5 people, 4 people, because we don't have enough staff. We've been talking with our head of service. They are seriously, our own chair of our governing council is going to different offices, talking to them that NAFDAC needs staff. So we are talking. It is that we pray that the talk will translate to giving us more staff. More staff, qualified staff, not just any staff. Staff that are qualified. Intellectually, emotionally, we now screen our staff. Before it wasn't. We screen the type of staff we get. We do give them exam, we interview them, so that we can get at least the best that can be trainable staff.
Professor Mojisola has these words of advice for Nigerians.
Parents, please take control. Take control. If you go behind your child to look at their bag, their school bag, you are not doing anything badly. I'm a parent myself. Make sure that you know what your child is doing. And for young people, if you drop out of school, that is another problem. If you drop out of school, go back to school. You have to go back to school and get your purpose in life. God has created you for a purpose. Get your purpose in life. If your parents are not doing it, maybe an uncle will help you, an auntie will help you. For those that are working, don't think that drugs will make you to work harder. It's killing you. It's destroying your liver. It's destroying your kidney. Because you are using that medicine at a higher level than it's not supposed to be used. This product is not supposed to be combined. And that is what they are combining. That is why the Indian government banned it now, as of yesterday. This is tafradol. Tafradol is a combination of tapentadol and carisoprodol. It's a combination. It has been banned now, but we still have it on the street. These are the things that we could get.
You have been watching NAFDAC in your health. We'll go on a short break.
NAFDAC wishes to sensitize the general public on the detrimental effect of alcohol consumption by underage. Underage drinking can result in psychosocial and health problems like poor academic performance, increasing crime rate, alcohol dependency, mental health disorder, cardiovascular problems, kidney and liver diseases, and even death. NAFDAC advises parents and guardians to stop the exposure of young people below 18 to alcohol by asking them to sell or purchase it. For more enlightenment on NAFDAC activities, watch NAFDAC and Your Health program every Monday 6:30 p.m. to 7 p.m. on TVC and every Tuesday 8 p.m. to 8:30 p.m. on NTA. NAFDAC, safeguarding the health of the nation.
Welcome back to NAFDAC in your health.
The realization of the strength that collaboration is capable of mastering, the ability to identify the directions to channel collaborative efforts, as well as the ingenuity with which the collaborative efforts are strategized, have been enormously pivotal in the success that NAFDAC has recorded over the years, particularly under the leadership of Professor Mojisola. The current Director General's leadership does not believe in working in isolation to achieve results. This is why collaborations across agencies and countries have been the hallmark of several success stories of NAFDAC.
Government has wisdom in creating agencies. Let me just give example of PCN, Pharmacy Council of Nigeria, and NAFDAC. Pharmacy Council of Nigeria's focus is on making sure that the professional practice is well done. Both the practitioners and the sites from where they practice. NAFDAC has a mandate to ensure that what is inside that practice site is of quality. So if PCN and NAFDAC do not collaborate, everybody working in silo, who is going to suffer? The public. You give room to the other agency, listen to their perspective. The other agency gives room to, another agency, the other agency, everybody brings their perspectives to the table. Team spirit. I cannot know it all. So I have to train myself to listen if somebody else is talking. The other person must realize they cannot know it all too. It's to listen when I'm talking or when we are talking or whatever. So collaboration is extremely important.
It is in further alienating herself from silo mentality and extending the frontiers of her remarkable achievement that NAFDAC spreads the tentacles of her collaboration beyond the country. This has seen the agency collaborating with international agencies and regulatory agencies of other countries. The most recent along this direction was the experience-sharing visit of technical experts from the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia. The experts were in Nigeria to share the experience of Nigeria on the implementation of large-scale food fortification. The Director of Food Safety and Applied Nutrition Directorate of NAFDAC gave details of the objectives of the visit.
The objectives of these visits are like fourfold. The first one is to strengthen the knowledge and capacity of government organizations involved in providing technical support, regulating and controlling the production of fortified wheat flour and edible oil in Ethiopia. To learn from Nigeria's experience in implementing digital quality assurance and control systems for food fortification. The third is to gain insights from GAIN's large-scale food fortification Nigeria digital QA/QC activity, now couched DFQT Plus. And then one of the objectives is also that you will get to visit some of at least one of the facilities that are piloting or producing one of the selected food vehicles for fortification in Nigeria.
Mrs. Edwards, the Director of Food Safety and Applied Nutrition Directorate, also gave the trajectory of the agency's journey on fortification.
We keep moving. So we have moved from 1993, when we started the salt iodization program. We moved to 2002, when we started the national mandatory fortification program, the large-scale food fortification. We moved from there, we set up our National Fortification Alliance. We have the institutional arrangements that we have under that alliance with the 3 regulatory agencies, where we have agreed under some institutional arrangements to each play at a certain level for the good of the program, so that we come to the alliance and we share data, we share challenges, we identify opportunities for improvements. The alliance, I speak to you about one of the critical success factors of the alliance. Within the alliance, we have the relevant ministries, departments, and agencies that speak to large-scale food fortification. We have industry, we have academia, we have civil society organizations, we have the NGOs, we have development partners, we have the media, we have consultants, and we have experts.
Mrs. Edwards concluded by talking about how it has been at the gathering.
This has been a very fruitful engagement today with the Ethiopian delegation. We have also learned from their own experience as much as they have learned from Nigeria. We've said here that there's no use making the same mistakes that others within the same context have made. So if you can learn from their journey, it's always best practice. It's always a good thing. So I know that going back, they have taken some of the learnings from the good practices, the best practices that we have in terms of how we run the implementation of large-scale food fortification from Nigeria, in Nigeria. We've shared with them today how our National Fortification Alliance works, because that is a model that other countries want to emulate, because it's kind of unique in its structure. So we've shared that with them. We've also shared with them today the wins that we have had, the lessons that we have learned over the 30-year period, 30-plus years period that we have implemented the National Mandatory Food Fortification Program. So it's been a very productive session here today.
Mr. Dugasa Dumfa, one of the Ethiopian technical experts that came visiting, is of the Ethiopian Ministry of Industry. He spoke about the lessons learned from the experience of Nigeria on food fortification.
We have learned a lot of things from Nigerian experience. For example, harmonization of implementing organizations and implementing agencies is very nice. We have got a good lesson from that. Collaboration between the private sector and the government institutions also very nice. And the platform that was presented to us is a very good platform that can help or give us an insight to fill our gap in food fortification implementation for the coming time for in Ethiopia.
Mr. Dumfa also attested to the fact that NAFDAC is indeed a worthy model for other regulatory agencies.
I appreciate NAFDAC because I think the facility and the governance structure of these institutions is very nice, and the knowledge by itself from different sectors, as we have visited all the offices right now, is well furnished with facilities and with knowledge, and especially in market surveillance. I think there is a good way to track and trace data with the manufacturers, so that can make really sense in supporting the manufacturers to fortify their food.
You may also email NAFDAC at nafdac.gov.ng. If you have complaints about any form of misconduct, you can reach the Reforms Unit via email, reforms@nafdac.gov.ng, or call the reforms.gov.ng, or call the Reforms hotlines on 0909 763 0506 or
Mojisola Obasa re-elected as Speaker of the Lagos State House of Assembly after the resignation of Mojisola Meranda. Rivers State House of Assembly gives Governor Siminalayi Fubara 48 hours to present 2025 appropriation bill to the House. Outside Nigeria, 2 dead, several injured after car drove into crowd in western German city of Mannheim. In sports tonight, Carlos Alcaraz, Mondo Duplantis, Max Verstappen nominated for Men's Top Gong at Laureus Sport Award, while Simone Biles, Arina Sabalenka and Aitana Bonmati nominated in women's category. Live from our studio here in Lagos, Nigeria, this is TVC News at 7. We thank you for joining us tonight. I am Abosedi Adeniraderemi. It all started 49 days ago when lawmakers in the Lagos State House of Assembly allegedly removed Mojisola Obasa as the Speaker of the House. But events today took another turn as Mr. Obasa was re-elected as Speaker of the Lagos State House of Assembly. This follows the resignation of Mojisola Meranda as Speaker of the State Assembly. Mrs. Meranda commended her colleagues for the support and confidence in her as the first female Speaker of the Assembly. She mentioned that her decision to resign was in the best interests of the House.
Please permit me, dear colleagues, to reinstate the position I previously expressed in a League publication, wherein I stated as follows. 1. It is with that I hereby give you notice of my decision to resign as the Speaker of the Lagos State House of Assembly 3rd of March 2025. On the one hand, and the recent political turmoil, which is threatening the cohesion of this honorable House, on the other hand. We are the representative of the good people of Lagos with a mandate to protect our democracy and ensure good governance. I am a good student of political history, and in this regard, I know that this is a point at which, as your leader, I have to make this selfless sacrifice to resign in order to protect this institution. I, Right Honorable Mojisola Meranda, do solemnly swear that in the service of the state as the Deputy Speaker of the Lagos State House of Assembly, I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to the Lagos State of Nigeria at all times. I will not discriminate on the basis of religion, tribe, color, or status, or practice any form of partiality in the performance.
The lawmakers then moved a motion to nominate Mojisola Obasa as Speaker of the House of Assembly. He later took the oath of office.
I, Honorable Noim Adams, represent the good people of Etiosa Constituency 1, rise this afternoon to nominate Right Honorable Dr. Mojisola Obasa to take the chair as the Speaker of this prestigious Lagos State House of Assembly. I so nominate.
I, Honorable Prince Nureni Akinsoya, representing the good people of Mushin, I rise to second the motion as moved.
I, Mojisola Obasa, solemnly swear that in the service of the state as the Speaker of Lagos State House of Assembly, I will be faithful, bearing true allegiance to Lagos State of Nigeria at all times. I will not discriminate on the basis of religion, tribe, cause, status, or practice in practice of any form of partiality in the performance of my official duties.
The lawmakers held plenary for about 2 hours, with key officers resigning their positions in the House, and nominations for the positions followed. Now, before she announced her resignation, lawmakers actually commended Mojisola Meranda for her time as Speaker of the Lagos State House of Assembly.
Mercy of my party, APC. And to me, and to every one of us here, party supremacy cannot be negotiated. For this reason, and for other considerations, I, Senator David, the Honorable Senator David, representing Banari 22, hereby resign my appointment as the Chief Whip of this noble house.
And in the best interest of our party, which is supreme, I, Honorable Liga, Babatunde Okonlawon, representing Kosovo Constituency 1, hereby tender my resignation as the Deputy Chief Whip of the noble Lagos State House of Assembly.
You have brought peace. You brought peace and tranquility to this environment. You showed us and our colleagues that there's another way. There's another way to live. And I'm sure everybody appreciated it. We're very proud of you. You did very well. I must say that.
From Lagos, let's take you to Rivers State, where another story is developing. And the Rivers State House of Assembly has issued a 48-hour ultimatum to Governor Siminalayi Fubara, demanding that he presents the 2025 appropriation bill before it. This follows a Supreme Court judgment that halted allocations to the state, pending the passage of the appropriation law. We have more details in this report.
The House tasked its Committee on Judiciary with analyzing the Supreme Court's ruling. Presenting its report, Chairman of the committee, Dumle Mao, made several recommendations. Chief amongst them was the urgent need for the governor to submit the budget without further delay. The Assembly emphasized that failure to do so within 48 hours could plunge the state into a financial deadlock.
Mr. Speaker, we are resolving that in the interest of the state, this House, importantly, like I said earlier, should immediately give the governor 48 hours to enable him to present the appropriation bill as pronounced by the Supreme Court. I think for now, those were important areas where the committee so wish to draw this attention to, Mr. Speaker.
We don't want to be the ones responsible for dragging our state backward or holding our state to ransom. Mr. Speaker, we must do our part and call on the government to immediately, within 14 hours, bring the 2025 appropriation bill so that the House can speedily consider it so that Rivers State can move forward.
Meanwhile, the House rejected the governor's directive to the 23 council chairmen to hand over, arguing that heads of local government administration are not legally permitted to run the third tier of government. With this apparent leadership vacuum, the Assembly's plan to amend relevant laws could further delay the governor's proposal to conduct fresh local government elections.
The attention of this House has been automatically drawn to the lacuna in our laws, more specifically the Rivers State Local Government Law and the Rivers State Independent Electoral Commission Law. The onus is now on this House of Assembly to review these two laws and come up with amendments that will make these laws to now become consistent with the Electoral Act. This definitely will be a prerequisite to any plan to conduct further local government elections in Rivers State.
As tensions build, the lawmakers have resolved to proceed on a 3-month recess starting the 7th of March 2025. Their next step, transmitting these resolutions to the executive, hoping for a swift and positive response.
TVC News correspondent Uche Okoro joins me now on the news for more updates. Uche, thank you for joining us at this time. What is the atmosphere in Rivers State as we speak? What feelers are you getting from the two camps?
The atmosphere in Rivers State is calm, very calm, I should say. But as of yesterday evening and a couple of days ago, everyone was expecting that by Monday we would have the state will be plunged into a fresh round of violence, as was witnessed in the wake of the local government election and the appointment of caretaker committees some time ago. But many have said that the governor's broadcast yesterday has gone a long way to douse the tension. And many had expected that we are anticipating or predicting breakdown of law and order when or if this council chairman had gone to their offices to resume today as local government chairman. But of course, the governor's directive came yesterday ordering them to step aside and hand over. So that effectively, puts a stop to whatever the predictions of violence that anyone was expecting today being Monday. But generally, the atmosphere in Rivers State is calm. It is, aside from the politicians who are engaging in war of words over the implication of the Supreme Court judgment and interpretation and what the next step for the state should be. Generally, the state, as we are speaking specifically about the residents, the generality of the people, the atmosphere is very calm.
Our correspondent, Uchekoro, thank you very much for that update for us in Port Harcourt, River State. Well, let's move away from there now to other stories. The National Drug Law Enforcement Agency, NDLEA, has arrested a drug baron in connection with hard drugs worth 1.4 billion naira. The suspect, who had evaded arrest for 17 years, ran a global drug syndicate and had mules smuggling drugs into South Korea. Sifon Essien reports.
NDLEA's arrest of the drug baron is a significant achievement by the agency. The suspect has been evasive for 17 years. The agency says the suspect was at the heart of a global drug trade with mules in Africa and Asia. But the alleged drug lord ran out of luck last month following an extensive investigation by the NDLEA.
About 20 days ago, on Wednesday, 12th February 2024, we achieved that objective, the successful arrest of Ogbonnaya Kevin Jeff, a 59-year-old drug baron. The suspect was arrested at his hideout at number 3 Ibunkuolua Taiwo Close off Lasu Road in Lagos. As I said, he has been under the NDLEA investigation for 17 years before his arrest. As a result, we have comprehensive intelligence on his activities and incontrovertible facts that he is a notorious drug lord who recruited young Nigerians and other nationalities as couriers to smuggle illicit substances into the Republic of Korea, that is South Korea.
The proceeds from the drug business are at the heart of a money laundering scheme.
We have established that he laundered the proceeds through the importation of electronics and other goods. Following his arrest, a search of his residence led to the recovery of multiple Nigerian international passports belonging to different individuals, many of which contained Korean visas.
The suspect will be tried in Nigeria with the possibility of extradition to face charges in South Korea pending the country's request. Sifon Essien, TVC News, Abuja.
Away from that, it was a moment of honor and celebration when an Assistant Inspector General of Police, Abiodun Achebe, retired from the Nigeria Police after 35 years of dedicated service. The retired police officer called for collaborative efforts between the police and the public to fight criminals, as well as better funding of the force. Senior reporter Ayodeji Muradio has more.
The ceremonial pull-out parade, a tradition in the Nigerian police, marked the end of an era for the Assistant Inspector General of Police in charge of Zone 17, Abiodun Achebe, as retired from active service. The outgoing AIG received a final salute from officers, a symbolic send-off in recognition of his commitment to the force. The event featured a colorful display of drills showcasing the discipline and pride of the Nigerian police.
After today, after this official pull-out, he will be addressed and
Guests including top police officers, traditional rulers and government officials witnessed the event. They spoke glowingly of the retired police officer, acknowledging the legacy he left behind.
You have served your country diligently. You are known to be a man of integrity, a man of discipline, a man of commitment.
He has served in various commands and different capacities, and is one of those that have been able to shape the history of development of the Nigerian police in recent times. So I wish him, good luck.
With his head high, AIG Achebe stepped into retirement, leaving behind a legacy of service, discipline and integrity. It stressed the need for the people to cooperate with the police in the fight against insecurity.
The people need to support the police much more than they are doing. And then there's a lot we can all gain by collectively rising up to solve problem of security in this country. Again, saying the fact that we still need a lot to make things happen in the police.
He has served meritoriously and he has done his best to serve Nigeria. Ayodeji Moradeyo, TVC News, Akure.
Still ahead on TVC News at 7. Court grants former manager of twin brothers, the defunct hip-hop group P-Square, Jude Okoye, 100 million naira bail. We'll bring you the details of that story and more after this break. Please stay with us on TVC News at 7.
and cable. Great quality, now with the new look.
This is Federal Character Commission. Our beloved nation, Nigeria, is a vast and beautiful land of over 200 million people, diverse in ethnicity, rich in culture, and abundant in resources. We're a country that proudly embodies the world's largest concentration of Black people, beautiful people, a melting pot of traditions. Nigeria's strength lies in its diversity. The FCC reminds us that every citizen, every community, and every region holds an equal stake in Nigeria's future. And this is what we have been doing in Federal Character. Let us wave in Nigeria where every citizen is included, where progress is a promise kept for every Nigerian.
Many thanks for staying with us on TVC News at 7. Here is a reminder of our top stories. Mudashiru Obasa re-elected as Speaker of the Lagos State House of Assembly after the resignation of Mojisola Meranda. Rivers State House of Assembly gives Governor Siminalayi Fubara 48 hours to present 2025 appropriation bill to the House. Outside Nigeria, 2 dead, several injured after car drove into crowd in the western German city of Mannheim. And in sports, Carlos Alcaraz, Mondo Duplantis, Max Verstappen nominated for Men's Top Gong at Laureus Sports Award, while Simone Biles, Arina Sabalenka and Aitana Bonmati nominated in women's category. Thank you for staying with us. The Federal High Court in Lagos today granted 100 million naira bail to former manager of twin brothers Peter and Paul Okoye, who were members of the defunct hip-hop group P-Square. Jude Okoye is also facing a fresh charge of alleged theft of over $1.01 million and 34,537 pounds, and will be arraigned before Justice Rahman Oshodi of the Lagos State Special Offences Court, Ikeja, on Tuesday. We have details in this next report.
The AFCC arraigned Jude Okoye, who is the elder brother to twin musicians Peter and Paul Okoye, last week at the Federal High Court Ikoyi over an alleged laundering of 1.38 billion naira, $1 million, and 34,537 pounds. He was arraigned alongside his company, Northside Music Limited, and pleaded not guilty to the 7 counts preferred against him. The commission told the court that the defendants, sometime in 2022 in Lagos, directly acquired a landed property at Parkview Estate, Ikoyi, worth 850 million naira, which forms part of the proceeds of crime. He moved his bail application through his lawyer Inibe Efyong and was remanded at the Ikoyi Correctional Facility, while ruling was fixed for Monday. In his ruling, Justice Alexander Oweye granted the defendants bail of 100 million naira and ordered that he must provide 2 sureties in like sum with verified businesses, one of whom must also own a landed property. The court also ruled that Jude Okoye cannot travel out of the country during the pendency of his trial and is to remain at the Ikoyi facility until he perfects his bail conditions. Paul, who is since pursuing a solo career with the name Rude Boy, was among those who were present in court to give support to the defendant. Meanwhile, the AFCC has filed another charge of alleged theft of more than $1.01 million and 34,000 pounds against Jude Okoye and his company. They will be arraigned on Tuesday. In this separate charge, they are accused of illegally and dishonestly converting the said monies paid by 4 companies as payments for music distribution as well as publishing royalties, and with intent to permanently deprive his brother Peter, who's also called Mr. P, his special interest in the property. He's said to have committed these latest offences between 2016 and 2023. Kemi Foladiemo, TVC News, Lagos.
Let's bring you other stories now. The Northeast Development Commission has flagged off another phase of the palliative support to people living with disabilities, widows and orphans in Maiduguri, the Borno State capital. The gesture is to support them in the month of Ramadan. Senior reporter Jessie Tafida has details.
As the holy month of Ramadan starts, government and development partners have rolled out some humanitarian interventions to citizens across the country. And today, the Northeast Development Commission is giving out these food and non-food items to people with disabilities, widows, and orphans. NEDC State Coordinator Muhammad Umar notes that the move is to give such groups a sense of belonging.
We touch various facets of the community in periods like this. It's not only these people that I've enumerated that were affected. Even the state government benefited from this gesture so that they can extend it to also other communities around. Because as NEDC, we can only identify few. What the state government being the giant one, they can identify as much as, and it will go the nooks and crannies of the states. Last year, what we did was to get some few numbers, but this time around we expand our horizon of need assessment and we get more beneficiaries. And today they are here benefiting from this.
Beneficiaries of the gesture thanked the Commission for the initiative, which according to them would go a long way in alleviating their sufferings.
On behalf of the School Borno Special School, I really want to appreciate what North-East Development Commission are doing, because impacting the lives of those vulnerable people or people living with disability. And the inclusion is very, very paramount, though they will be forgotten before, but now everything done, inclusion is there. So I really want to say kudos to North-East Development Commission. And for how we are going to use it, it has come at the right time, because as you can see, we have entered the Ramadan period, and the children also need a higher nutritional food. So definitely we are going to use it to change their food or dining timetable, so that they will be able to hear there's a different diet than what we have been serving them before.
The North-East Development Commission assures that same gesture would be extended to other states in the region. Jessie Tafida, TVC News, Maiduguri.
To Jigawa State, where more than 10,000 persons affected by last year's floods have received emergency relief as part of a federal government initiative. The palliatives distributed by the National Emergency Management Agency across the 18 local government areas aim to provide essential items to these flood victims. Authorities say the initiative is part of a broader response to disaster in the state.
I'm sure these items will definitely assist the people greatly. So what sincerely thank His Excellency the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, for being considerate, always thinking of the plight of our people.
We deeply appreciate the ongoing support of the Jigawa State government, which has graciously taken responsibility for transportation and logistics to ensure these relief items reach those in need.
As we proceed with this distribution of these vital relief materials today, let us remember that it is only through our collective effort and government agencies and community members.
You're watching TVC News at 7. We'll take another break and return with more stories. Please stay with us. A bit of politics now. Some leaders of the People's Democratic Party in Benue State have asked Governor Hyacinth Alia to focus on delivering good governance based on the rule of law and security of the people. The group gave the advice against the backdrop of recent developments in the state, even as it condemned the verbal attack on the Senate Minority Leader, Senator Abba Moro, by the All Progressives Congress elders over the purported removal of the Chief Judge, Justice Maurice Ekpambese, and the suspension of 13 members of the House of Assembly, some of whom are PDP. While addressing journalists in Makudi, the chairman of G14 and G9, Laha Deva and Elisha Mali, questioned the APC elders for criticizing the position of the Senate Minority Leader Abba Moro, whose statements they said are rooted in the rule of law.
We advise the Benue State House of Assembly to act judiciously and responsibly, always ensuring that decisions concerning judicial officers are made with integrity and fairness, but above all, to be rooted in the rule of law and due process. We are concerned that actions of the Benue State House of Assembly are worrisome. We advise a return to status quo. The suspended members of the Benue State House of Assembly, many of whom are PDP members, are representatives of their various constituencies. We find it disturbing that these esteemed elders chose to criticize the unassailable position of the Senate Minority Leader, Senator Abba Moro. We consider the attempt by the APC elders to denigrate Senator Moro as another needless white goose chase.
The federal government, through the Ministry of Solid Minerals Development, has welcomed a partnership drive by a German company on abandoned mining sites. Despite their environmental and social challenges, abandoned mining sites have some potential benefits, including tourism and renewable energy. During a visit to the ministry by a delegation from Ihomatics, the minister, represented by the Director of Human Resources of the ministry, Ijeoma Idika, said the field officers are on hand to assist the German company on its research and development efforts, especially in Plateau State.
First and foremost, work with the ministry's officers there. And then, as things unfold, you now know how to deal with the NJSA and MI too in the ministry here, so that whatever thing you come out at the end of the day with, this partnership will pay off by making you deliver a better project on this note, because we care for you. We don't want you, like he said, to come and waste funds.
This is the reason why we'll be in Jos for the next 2 days with experts on ground, and we'll visit some of these abandoned mining sites in order to understand the whole situation there better. And the more precise information we get there, this is information which we can feed into the artificial intelligence programs in order to extract the information we are seeking after.
Now, President Bola Tinubu has received President of Sierra Leone, Julius Maada Bio, in the State House on a courtesy visit. He was received on arrival by the Chief of Staff to the President, Femi Gbajabiamila. The Sierra Leonean President, who is in the country for private engagement, arrived in the State House at midday today for a courtesy visit on the ECOWAS chairman. The two leaders had a private closed-door discussion, details of which are yet to be revealed. This is the first time the Sierra Leonean president would be visiting President Tinubu in the villa, but the two leaders have met several times on the sidelines of the ECOWAS meeting in Abuja. Now, still talking relations, the federal government has signed an agreement with Saudi Arabia's Halal Products Development Company to establish Nigeria as a leading player in the $7.7 trillion global halal market, which deals in products that are accepted for consumption in Islam. The agreement with the federal government is expected to facilitate investment and technical cooperation across key sectors for both countries. Vice President Kashim Shettima was represented by Deputy Chief of Staff to the President, Office of the Vice President, Ibrahim Hadeja, at the signing ceremony in Saudi Arabia. He pointed out that the partnership represents a game-changing opportunity to transform Nigeria into a global halal economy powerhouse. The Vice President also emphasized that the collaboration is an important step in Nigeria's ambition to not only tap into the lucrative halal market, but to establish Nigeria as a leading global player. Now, the federal government, through the National Oil Spill Detection and Response Agency, has pledged to take decisive action against oil spillers and pipeline vandals across the country. This commitment was reaffirmed by the newly appointed chairman of NOSDRA's governing board, Edward Omoerewa, during his familiarization visit to the agency's headquarters in Abuja. Mr. Omoerewa emphasized the urgent need to hold individuals and entities accountable for oil spills, pipeline vandalism, and environmental pollution, which have caused significant harm to communities and ecosystems. Also, NOSDRA's Director General Chukwuemeka Woke highlighted the importance of sustained efforts to address environmental degradation and ensure accountability in the oil and gas sector.
We are indeed delighted to have you in our midst, but just to say that Section 5 of the Agency Act states very clearly its objective. We have implemented and executed this with ultimate responsibility and confidence.
I'm made to understand that you don't really have space. I'm made to understand that you don't have vehicles for operations. I'm made to understand that directors don't have vehicles. We're going to work together. I believe that we need to have a building of our own.
And so talking about the environment, the Lagos State government has cracked down on illegal dredging in Ikorodu, shutting down over 200 sites and arresting several operators. The move, led by the Commissioner for Waterfront Infrastructure Development, Ekundayo Alebioshu, aims to tackle environmental damage like erosion and flooding caused by unregulated dredging. Mr. Alebioshu said government is enforcing strict regulations to protect the state as illegal dredging harms the environment and infrastructure. The operation revealed serious breaches of health, safety and environmental standards, with heavy trucks damaging local roads. Operators have been ordered to stop work and report to the Commissioner's office. This action highlights Lagos State commitment to sustainable development and responsible mining practices. But next on TVC News at 7 is business news. Tolu Punjabi is standing by. Tolu, I see the CBN is making some moves on our forex.
Well, there's a bit of stability, so I think they seem to be doing well at this time.
All right.
Thank you so much. More into that, the Central Bank of Nigeria has been commended for its ongoing reforms aimed at strengthening and restoring sanity in price stability and to Nigeria's foreign exchange market. Now, this latest commendation is coming from a senior economist at STIRS, Mrs. Dumebi Oluwole. She said a stable and well-managed foreign exchange policy is essential for maintaining inflation, economic growth, and boosting investors' confidence.
I think that the CBN has done a substantial work with how they've been trying to manage Nigeria's forex markets and general monetary policy state. So their orthodoxy has really instilled into the market's confidence, and the expectation is that that's going to continue. The fact that reserves have been depleting pretty quickly is one of the pointers as to this sustainability that you're making mention of. And I think that the CBN will do what needs to be done to ensure that we bring in more dollar inflows into the country to sustain their efforts, right? But to help situate it properly, the first aspect of this is we need more dollar inflows into the country. And that is not within the purview of the central bank. That rests within fiscal authorities. And remember, we have 4 key sources of foreign exchange or capital inflows into Nigeria: oil, crude oil, non-oil exports, remittances, and foreign investments, which includes FDI and FPIs. For the first, which is oil, we do know that we have been seeing slight upticks in crude oil production, but that has to significantly increase to ensure that Nigeria is able to generate as much dollars in the economy through oil exports.
And the Nigerian Customs Service is stepping up its trade facilitation efforts with a big tech upgrade. It is rolling out the Odogu Unified Customs Management System at Apapa and Tinkan Island ports, aiming for faster and more transparent operations. TVC News senior business correspondent Ifunaya Eze reports.
Global trade is moving fast, and Nigeria is keeping up. At this high-level stakeholders meeting, customs management, port agencies and industry players took stock of the homegrown Bodogu system, learning from its pilot run at PTML port and mapping out strategies to tackle challenges as it expands.
Because of the history of frustration and dissatisfaction that we've had with NICES, we took that bold decision that we are going to start on a fresh note. We are going to develop a new system that will take care of all the challenges that we've had, all the frustrations that we've had with the previous systems for over almost 20 years. And that was why our officers, working with the service providers, started to develop a new system. And what we had was what we christened Bodogu.
To see the system in action, a visit to the Customs Processing Center provided real-time insights. Those already using the platform shared their experiences, highlighting smoother operations and reduced paperwork.
Bodogu is faster
when you want to take delivery more faster, is different from 9-6. And if you look at when it comes to security aspect, is our indigenous platform, which is going to be favorable for us if the customs can work as they started.
We did not roll out the integration of Form M and PAR in PTML. Now we have gotten to a point where all the banks, have signed up and they are going to be working with us as we roll out, so that PAR and Form M will be part of what we are going to be doing in Apapa. And once we capture that, we can conveniently say that we have captured almost 70–80% of our operations.
The Comptroller General of Customs says this is just the beginning. He emphasized that Bodogu is driving efficiency and making Nigeria's ports more competitive. Ifunanya Eze, TVC News, Lagos.
Legal 500 TNP has hosted the GC Power List 2025, an event focusing on talented senior in-house counsels who continuously make efforts to drive their companies forward while responding to crisis managing regulatory challenges. The Legal 500 has been instrumental in recognizing and highlighting influential general counsels and heads of legal teams in business globally. Since 2013, the first of such event, the Legal 50 in Africa, took place in South Africa for an in-house counsels and corporate organizations. Respondents took turns to highlight the positive impact events like this have on the law profession. Of course, the race to align Nigeria's compliance requirements with international standards and the efforts being made to refurbish the legal department's reputation to that of the true business partners.
Where we train not only our own young talent, but we also train members of the legal profession, where we pick very key topics in the legal profession and then start to build the capacity. It's about understanding transactions, it's about understanding the business, but more importantly, it's about developing the talent of the future.
It's a way of giving back to our industry, not necessarily a way of, baiting. It's not networking to get work. It's supporting the initiative, supporting the industry. If in Nigeria we're going to recognize business and the guys that literally instruct us are going to be honored, of course we wanted to be a part of that.
We're able to meet lawyers from all spheres of life. We're able to, mentor as much as we can, and obviously, hopefully, learn from them as well. Because innovation is not about age. So hopefully, learn from them. And but yes, so hopefully, do that in my company as well, Records, and hopefully continue the tradition.
Well, the stock market has dropped weight in many sectors following the losses that various companies recorded. The index of the market showed weakness by 0.34%, stressing the losses that came to companies as many of them were down in sectors. The heaviest price losers was African Prudential Insurance with a 3.35% drop. Others that followed were Ikeja Hotels, First Bank Holdings, GT Holdings, and Access Holdings. The marginal price gainers included ETI, Ardell Holdings, Oando, John Holtz, and Len Africa. And let's go to the crude oil market now, where it edged up today as an upbeat manufacturing data from China, the world's biggest crude importer, led to renewed optimism for fuel demand, although uncertainty about the Ukraine peace deal and global economic growth from potential U.S. tariff loomed. A U.S. West Texas intermediate crude fell to sell for $69.40 per barrel, with a downward price margin of 0.52%. Brent crude futures experienced a decline of 0.44% to sell at $72.49 per barrel. Bonnie Light sells for $78.62 with a downward price review of 2.84%. And 40 OPEC basket dealers offer $74.98 per barrel with an uptake of 0.15%. Well, that's business news at this hour. And next is sports. Good evening.
Ramadan, the 9th month in the Islamic calendar, is here again. This is a wonderful time to learn more about Islam and give to the cause of Allah. It's also a time when extra emphasis is on charity and good neighborliness. From the first day to the last day of Ramadan, join us on TVC from 3 to 6 a.m. every day for Ramadan Kareem. Recitation of verses in the Quran, tafsir by great Islamic scholars. Ask the Sheikh for clarity on Ramadan and Islam. What's more, you can learn and win great prizes.
McLaughlin. The ceremony is set for the 21st of April and will once again be held in Madrid. Now look at Doncic had 29 points and 9 assists. LeBron James added 17 points and the Los Angeles Lakers hung on to beat Los Angeles Clippers for the second time in 3 days, 108-102. A rookie, Dalton scored 19 points for the Lakers, who won their 6th straight game despite playing without injured starters Austin Reeves and Rui Hachimura. The Lakers have won 16 of 19 overall. Kawhi Leonard scored a season-high 33 points for the Clippers, who erased most of the late 21-point deficit before falling short in their 5th loss in 6 games. 2 days after the Lakers held off the Clippers 106-102, their second meeting also came down to the wire.
It's a 2-on-1. Here comes LeBron, hoping to block it. LeBron James blocked it. We got a...
In other results, Miami Heat lost 112-116 to New York Knicks. Raptors beat Orlando Magic 104-102, while Timberwolves beat Phoenix Sun 116-98. And now in tennis, well, number 4, Jessica Pegula powered to her first WTA title of 2025 by beating Magnus Kessler 7-5, 6-2 in All-American final in Texas. Kessler led 4-2 in the opening set before Pegula won 5 of 6 games to take the set. Pegula dropped the first game of the second set, but seized the control by winning the next 4. Top-seeded Pegula converted 6 of 10 breaks, while Kessler committed 4 double faults and won just 4 of its 10 service games. The victory means that Pegula's 4th title triumph in the past 18 months, of course, is assured.
Jessica Pegula is the champion.
And in boxing, Gervonta Davis retained his WBA lightweight title with a controversial majority draw against Lamont Roach Jr. Well, away from that now, former FIFA President Sepp Blatter and French football legend Michel Platini are back in court that's in Switzerland to face accusations of fraud. In 2022, the pair were acquitted in a trial over a payment of 2 million Swiss francs, that's about 1.6 million pounds, made to Platini and authorized by Blatter in 2011. Both men denied wrongdoing and said that the transfer was belated payment for FIFA advisory work by Platini, who formerly led European football's governing body, UEFA. The Swiss federal prosecutor appealed against the decision. That new trial is expected now to last until Thursday, with a verdict due on the 25th of March. And more stories now. South African football legend Benny McCarthy has been named as the new coach of Kenya and will have just 3 weeks to get his side ready for 2 key World Cup qualifiers later this month. The 47-year-old signed a contract that has been on the table with the Kenyan Football Federation since December. McCarthy will make his debut later this month as the Harambee Stars go away to take on Gambia and then host Gabon at home. Kenya failed to qualify for the 2025 finals in Morocco, but will be co-hosts with neighbors Tanzania and Uganda for the 2027 Africa Cup of Nations finals.
I'm ambitious, and I think we want to work towards a strong Kenya team, that we have a good start against Gambia and a good start against Gabon to give us a fighting chance, a slim chance of maybe becoming one or two
teams that you can have qualifications to the World Cup, because imagine how special that will be. Kenya miss out qualifying for the African Nations Cup.
And fighting it out for a final place in the FA Cup quarter-finals, Premier League foes Nottingham Forest and Ipswich Town will meet at the City Ground tonight, of course, to determine who will move to the next round of the competition. Both sides earned fourth-round wins away from home versus lower league position, although that's in different manners, as the Tricky Trees needed penalties to eliminate to eliminate Exeter City, while their visitors thumped Coventry City. And then form Bournemouth will have been drawn at home to Manchester City in the quarterfinals. Preston, the only championship side left the FA Cup, at home to Unai Emery's Aston Villa. Fulham host Crystal Palace. That will be a London derby. And Brighton will be at home to either Nottingham Forest or Ipswich Town, who play their fifth tie on Monday. Aside from 2023 visitors, Manchester City, Ipswich are the most recent FA Cup winners, and that was in 1978, who are now left in the competition. Fulham, Palace, Bournemouth and Brighton have never won the FA Cup. Well, that's sports this hour. Bosse returns with the rest of the stories.
Thank you, Ike, for that update in the world of sports. Well, let's bring you a report from outside Nigeria, and this time focus is in Germany, where 2 people have been killed and several others injured after a car drove into a crowd in the western German city of Mannheim. Police had earlier said 1 person was killed, but a 40-year-old German suspect has been arrested, and there is no evidence that anyone else is involved. One eyewitness who was sitting in a nearby restaurant told reporters that the situation suddenly became violent following the incident. Police have not specified whether the incident was deliberate or an accident. Germany has experienced several attacks in the past year. Police have detained a man who drove a car into a crowd in Mannheim's city center. And that's it on TVC News at 7. Thank you very much for watching. Remember to get updates on the stories you're monitoring on our website, www.tvcnews.tv. Follow us on Facebook, Instagram, and X at TVC News NG. We are streaming live on YouTube at TVC News Nigeria. We have updates on WhatsApp at TVC News Nigeria. Next is Politics Tonight. I'll be back at 10 with more updates.
Of this holy month, bring out the flavors of the season with Anga Ramadan Kareem.
Good morning, Marina Station and all the passengers.
Efficient, it's comfortable.
This development will go a long way in reducing congestion and emission.
The trains are a long-term solution to Lagos traffic challenges.
This is where we take the final, decisions on policies, programs of government. I will have to ensure that, the narration of Lagos as a PLC is taken very, very seriously.
This is a major pedestrian bridge linking Oyinbo here to Apapa Road over there.
With this overpass, we are providing what we call permanent solutions.
This place is one of the most dangerous areas at the biosecurity environment.
This can go into the news and every crimes of your neighborhood.
Our goal is to remain as Africa's model megacity, to move our GDP from the 5-6 position to the 3rd position, and we believe is achievable with all the commitments we have.
Explore the city of Lagos, where dreams are made and possibilities are endless. Amadedoja Salamadini. I live in Lagos, inside Lagos.
Hello, TVC Communications. How can I help?
What makes TVC the right choice for my business?
Excellent question, sir. Let me share some exciting facts with you.
Start your day on TVC Entertainment with Wake Up Nigeria, a family and lifestyle show. Your view empowers women globally.
It's your view, let it count.
Entertainment Splash delivers the hottest celebrity trends. On TVC News, we keep you informed with breaking news and in-depth analysis of events shaping the world.
I will continue to speak the truth.
TVC News at 7 and TVC News at 10 p.m. delivers the most important stories of the day. Max FM, your hit music radio station, captivates listeners daily across Lagos and Abuja, making every commute more enjoyable. Adaba 88.9 FM is not left out, as it is the voice of Southwest. And on TVC Digital, we reach 2 million viewers daily. All together, pulls in over 17 million viewers daily. Contact us on 0707 272 8338 or marketing@tvccommunications.tv. Partner with TVC Communications today. Let's grow together.
TVC News, wherever the big news story is happening, we're geared up to break it. TVC News, first with breaking news.
A very warm welcome to you, everyone. This is Politics Tonight. Thank you for joining us on the program. I am Olajumoke Olatunji. Mudashiru Obasa re-elected as Speaker of the Lagos State House of Assembly after the resignation of Mojisola Meranda. Tonight, our focus is on primary health care expansion, and my guest tonight is Professor Muhammad Ali Pate, Coordinating Minister of Health and Social Welfare. Welcome to Politics Tonight, everyone. Stay with us. Thank you very much for staying with us. Now let's begin with some political development. 49 days after his impeachment, Mudashiru Obasa has been re-elected Speaker of the Lagos State House of Assembly. His re-election followed the resignation of Mojisola Meranda as Speaker of the State House of Assembly.
Any other nominations? Any other nominations? Any other nominations? In view of no other Assembly, Lagos State House of Assembly.
Honorable Noye Adams, representing the good people of Etiosa Constituency 1, rise this afternoon to nominate Right Honorable Dr. Mudashiru Obasa to take the chair as the Speaker of this prestigious Lagos State House of Assembly. I so nominate.
I, Honorable Prince Nureni Ayinde Akinsanya, representing the good people of Mushin, I rise to second the motion as moved.
I, Mudashiru Obasa, solemnly swear that in the service of the state as the Speaker of Lagos State House of Assembly, I will be faithful, bear true allegiance to Lagos State of Nigeria at all times. I will not discriminate on the basis of religion, tribe, cause, status, or practice my form of in practice of any form of partiality in the performance of my official duties.
Meanwhile, before his resignation, lawmakers took turns to commend Mojisola Meranda for her time as Speaker of the House of Assembly and then nominated her as Deputy Speaker of the House of Assembly.
APC. And to me, and to every one of us here, party supremacy cannot be negotiated. For this reason, and for other considerations, I, Senator David,
the Honorable Senator David, representing Banari 22, hereby resign my appointment as the chief whip of this noble house.
And in the best interest of our party, which is supreme, I, Honorable Soyinka, Babatunde Okunlawon, representing Koshofe Constituency 01, hereby tender my resignation as the Deputy Chief Whip of the noble Lagos State House of Assembly.
You have brought peace. You brought peace and tranquility to this environment. You showed us and our colleagues that there's another way. There's another way to live. And I'm sure everybody appreciated it. We're very proud of you. You did very well. I must say that.
Mrs. Meranda commended her colleagues for the support and confidence in her as the first female Speaker of the Assembly. She mentioned that her decision to resign was in the best interest of the House. She then proceeded to take the oath of office as Deputy Speaker.
Please permit me, dear colleagues, to reinstate the position I previously expressed in a League publication, wherein I stated as follows. 1. It is with that I hereby give you notice of my decision to resign as the Speaker of the Lagos State House of Assembly, 3rd of March 2025. On the one hand, and the recent political turmoil, which is threatening the cohesion of this honorable House, on the other hand. We had the representative of the good people of Lagos with a mandate to protect our democracy and ensure good governance. I am a good student of political history, and in this regard, I know that this is a point at which, as your leader, I have to make this selfless sacrifice to resign in order to protect this institution. I, Right Honorable Mojisola Meranda, do solemnly swear that in the service of the state as the Deputy Speaker of the Lagos State House of Assembly, I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to the Lagos State of Nigeria at all times. I will not discriminate on the basis of religion, tribe, color, or status, or practice any form of partiality in the performance.
The River State House of Assembly has issued a 48-hour ultimatum to Governor Siminalayi Fubara, demanding that he present the 2025 appropriation before it. This follows a Supreme Court judgment that halted allocations to the state pending the passage of the appropriation law. We have more details in this report.
The House tasked its Committee on Judiciary with analyzing the Supreme Court's ruling. Presenting its report, Chairman of the committee, Dumle Mao, made several recommendations. Chief amongst them was the urgent need for the governor to submit the budget without further delay. The Assembly emphasized that failure to do so within 48 hours could plunge the state into a financial deadlock.
Mr. Speaker, we are resolving that in the interest of the state, this House, importantly, like I said earlier, should immediately give the governor 48 hours to enable him present the appropriation bill as pronounced by the Supreme Court. I think for now, those were important areas where the committee so wish to draw this attention to, Mr. Speaker.
We don't want to be the ones responsible for dragging our state backward or holding our state to ransom. Mr. Speaker, we must do our part and call on the governor to immediately, within 14 hours, bring the 2025 appropriation bill so that the House can speedily consider it so that River State can move forward.
Meanwhile, the House rejected the governor's directive to the 23 council chairmen to hand over, arguing that heads of local government administration are not legally permitted to run the third tier of government. With this apparent leadership vacuum, the Assembly's plan to amend relevant laws could further delay the governor's proposal to conduct fresh local government elections.
The attention of this House has been automatically drawn to the lacuna in our laws more specifically the Rivers State Local Government Law and the Rivers State Independent Electoral Commission Law. The onus is now on this House of Assembly to review these two laws and come up with amendments that will make these laws to now become consistent with the Electoral Act. This definitely will be a prerequisite to any plan to conduct further local government elections in Rivers State.
As tensions build, the lawmakers have resolved to proceed on a 3-month recess starting the 7th of March 2025. Their next step, transmitting these resolutions to the executive, hoping for a swift and positive response.
Let's take a short break, and when we return, it's our time to discuss primary health care and expansion under the leadership of Professor Muhammad Ali Pate, the Coordinating Minister of Health and Social Welfare. Please stay with us, everyone.
Every major news story is with many perspectives and layered with different levels of impact.
Hello. What time did this happen? We will be right there.
At TVC News, we follow the big and major news, gathering the facts, witnessing the outcome.
I am here live at the aftermath of the approval of the new national minimum wage.
We are TV Station of the Year, not just for breaking news, but for being first, fair and accurate. TVC News, first with breaking news.
Welcome back, everyone. Coordinating Minister of Health and Social Welfare, Professor Ali Pate, has reaffirmed that universal health coverage is a top priority for President Bola Tinubu-led administration, reiterating the administration's commitment to ensuring that every Nigerian, regardless of their location or economic status, has access to quality health care. Tonight, the Coordinating Minister of Health and Social Welfare, Professor Muhammad Ali Pate, joins me on the program to speak on his strides thus far as the man in charge of the nation's health sector, but particularly his focus on primary health care and expansion, impact of 2025 federal health budget, and $1 billion HERB program, health insurance matters, enhancing incentives for healthcare providers, and more. Prof, good evening to you. Thank you very much for joining us on Politics Tonight.
Thank you for having me.
All right. As you know, this is Politics Tonight. So before we discuss new developments in the Nigerian health sector, it's important for me to get some clarification about what is happening in your home state of Bauchi State. The political atmosphere in your state has become charged with contrasting narratives. We have seen a war of words in the press between the Bauchi State Governor, Bala Mohammed, and Foreign Affairs Minister. The minister is accusing or has accused the governor of promoting North-South divide. But what we hear is that this is all about the Bauchi State governorship after the current governor leaves office in 2027. Interestingly, also, you seem to have a very different type of relationship with the governor, Bala Mohammed of the PDP, despite being a stalwart member of the APC. What is your take on all of this?
Well, thank you. I think you have to understand that Bauchi is a significant state, politically, economically, and socially, given where it's located in the northeastern part of the country. And in reality, the state is fundamentally a progressive state over many years. Unfortunately, in the past, rancor among the political elite had tended to undermine the progressive wing, really making the headways that they ought to have. And so our approach is that of moving away from rancor, but rather unifying the party so that it's a solid platform to support the important strides and the reforms that the president is making nationally in his role as the president and also leader of our country, so that the state keys into that. So our focus is really on unifying the party. As a leader, one of the leaders in the party, my focus is to ensure that we're unified, that we have a strong platform, that politically the progressive ideology essentially results in that being translated into political victory for the party in 2027. That's what we're working towards in, day out. And we're focused on delivering at the national level on the task that the President has granted to us, which we're doing and will continue to do so. The time for other issues will come, but for now, our focus is really to deliver for the President, deliver for the country, and unify our party in Bauchi so that at the end of the day...
You're trying not to answer my question. What's the reason for this discord between both men? You have a good relationship with the governor. What kind of relationship do you have with the minister?
I have a very good relationship with all my colleagues, and that's something that I cherish and I also work on, because it's not personal. Service, in whatever position you find yourself, you do the best that you can. The governor was at some point in the same party as ANPP, is where he served as a senator, and who knows what tomorrow might be. He might leave from PDP to APC. So for me, it's really focusing on development, on bringing, delivering on the mandate that we currently have, but also for Bauchi, what is it that will translate into development for the people of Bauchi State. So it's not about personal animosities and other parochial things. That's not my style. And my focus is really to see what we can do to build, not to really divide the polity in Bauchi.
But given your performance at the center, can we expect you to throw your heart into the ring on behalf of the APC in the 2027 governorship contest?
Can you say that again?
Given your performance at the center, can we expect you to throw your heart into the ring on behalf of the APC in the 2027 governorship contest?
I think for now, I'm focused primarily on delivering the mandate that His Excellency President Tinubu has granted me. It's an opportunity to serve that I'm glad to have this opportunity to serve. What comes in the future, when the time comes, I think we'll make a determination. The stakeholders in Bauchi right now are working towards unifying the party so that we have a strong platform at all levels that we can deliver for the President, deliver for the party, and deliver ultimately for the state.
So there is a possibility that you contest for the governorship race in the 2027 governorship election. Is that it?
I think we are very closely connected with the grassroots in the state. And I think the issues facing the state are very clear. But it will not come to be if the party is not united. And my singular focus is to unify APC in Bauchi, to support the President to achieve what he is trying to achieve now, and also what comes off in 2027. Now, as to what happens at the state level, and I hope that the state stakeholders will align so that we have a successful alignment between the President's success and also what happens at subnational level. So yes, over time, over the next several months, we'll see where it lands. I'm ready to serve, but it's also with a mission to develop the state, but also to develop our country. So I have not made a determination one way or the other.
All right. I will also be here to monitor that development. So let's talk about the health sector. The President has just signed the 2025 budget into law last week. And what we know that healthcare was given an additional boost of 300 billion naira for HIV/AIDS care support for Nigerians, and on top of an over 2 trillion naira allocation to the sector. In fact, recently the Federal Executive Council announced a $1.07 billion fund for human resource development and other sectors, other health sector reforms. So what can you tell Nigerians about the impact of these funding allocations and how it will impact their lives? Well,
for the last year and a half, we've seen this administration focus steadily in rebuilding Nigeria's health system, transforming it. The designs have been well developed and implementation had begun, and we already have early results, positive progress, positive momentum between federal government, states, local government, and other actors. In 2025, we're going to see an upscaling of that. There are some important projects that we have taken on, for instance, expansion of our cancer centers. Those will be completed. The first 3 will be open in May 2025. There will be more to come. Revamping our health infrastructure at the teaching hospitals, federal medical centers is also underway. That is coming out of this year's budget. the medical relief program that the president has put in place as well to reduce the cost of pharmaceuticals and consumables will come to being in this year. Project Hope is trying to align federal government, states and local government to invest in primary health care. So an incentive system is performance-based financing, which is concessional, which will allow states to recruit frontline health workers to improve immunization, provide maternal and child health services, and other critical health services in their population. So Project Hope is a major, major contribution that this president has approved for us to ensure that we deliver the basic services for Nigerians, in addition to expanding health insurance. As a consequence of the U.S. government's change in policy, obviously we had to look inwards and say, look, we appreciate what the U.S. government had done over the last 20, 25 years. But at the end of the day, we can also use this opportunity to exit the dependency which has characterized over the last 2 decades. And thankfully, this budget includes a provision for plugging that hole, at least on the U.S. government side, in terms of HIV treatment, tuberculosis treatment, malaria treatment, so that Nigerians, 1.6 million Nigerians who are on antiretroviral therapy, will not lose the opportunity to continue to live and thrive because of the change in U.S. government policy. While at the same time, we expect to still reset and forge a stronger relationship with the U.S. government in other ways, in health and in other arenas going forward. So we're optimistic, and we're using this opportunity really as an opportunity for growth for our country, so that we exit from dependency and work towards self-sufficiency over time, using our domestic resources, concessional financing, and ultimately the crafting partnerships creatively that can help us advance the agenda of health, which is one of Mr. President's agenda for the country.
All right, Honorable Minister, and I'm sure you know your performance in office attracted the attention of high-level opposition recently. You know, former Vice President Atiku Abubakar stated that this $1 billion fund does not include any plans for enhancing health infrastructure. And in his words, he said he claims of animals such as snakes, termites, gorillas, and monkeys swallowing public funds must never be the fate of the funds budgeted for the critical sector of health in the 2025 budget. What do you say to the critics, and are there concrete plans to deal with our health infrastructure deficits?
Yes, we listened carefully to the statement issued by His Excellency, the former Vice President. He's an elder, he's a statesman, and we will not take issues with him directly. All we know is that we are focused on rebuilding a health system that has been invested for a very long time. Over the last several months, we have revamped primary healthcare infrastructure. More than 800 have been completed all across Nigeria, revitalized, and at least 2,000 are in various stages of being revitalized. These are infrastructural improvements. Our teaching hospitals, for the first time in this country's history, we established 6 major cancer infrastructural facilities and equipping them, and 3 of them will be open in May. And there are so many other upgrades in our physical infrastructure, in the health facilities, and in equipping those facilities, because for a very long time, Nigeria had not really invested the way it should have. So that is what we're trying to do. And the attention that is good, I'm sure that there are others who may be a bit fearful that President Tinubu is succeeding, because I believe that the president's success may not always be comfortable for everyone. But we are convinced that's the right thing for this country, to take care of the population, make sure that the infrastructure is there, the equipment is there, and the people that run those facilities are there, and the commodities are there. That is what we are working towards day and night. And we will not be distracted. You know,
Honorable Minister, there are some Nigerians who do not think the former Vice President was out of line, because truly Nigerians deserve to know the details of these loans and how the funds will be spent. I mean, he's saying that the budget should be accompanied by a clear policy framework explaining its disbursement of how over $1 billion will be spent in the primary health sector. And that's not, too much to ask for. Let's move on. In the 2025 health budget, your ministry is allocating significant resources to a federal medical relief program. How does this work? And is it reliant on imported medicines?
So first of all, back on Project Hope, on the issue of a policy framework, I think if people are honest, and they've listened carefully as to the narrative we've been building over the last year and a half. We went to the National Council on Health, brought federal government, states, and local government, and agreed on a sector-wide program. The President unveiled the Health Sector Renewal Investment Initiative in December 2023, and all the 36 state governors signed up to that with the ask and the offer and the accountability measures that we will cooperate between the federal government, all state governments, and local government to put Nigerian people's health at the center. Project Hope is a direct derivative of that collaboration across all levels. The policy framework is clearly laid out, has been consulted widely, and in the project appraisal document for Project Hope, which is out there publicly available, if people care to read, it is laid out what it sets out to achieve and what results we should expect to achieve, what incentives and what resources will flow to the states as incentives. And no surprise, almost all the states in the Federation have written explicitly asking to be part of this great initiative that His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu approved for the health sector, so that the health of Nigerians should be attended to, and we should collaborate, build in the synergies across all levels of government to get there. Now, the medical relief program, as you know, we had a People's Voices survey which showed that Nigerians were hurting because of the cost of accessing the healthcare services, cost of drugs, cost of consumables. And last year, Mr. President approved a medical relief program, which is an initial provision for commodities, essential drugs. And this year in 2025, a major expansion of that effort, which will buy from local manufacturers commodities, antibiotics, antimalarials, and other essential drugs for hypertension, diabetes, pull them, package them, and distribute them through the 8,800 primary healthcare centers, through 37 general hospitals in all our states, and the federal teaching hospitals. And those will contribute directly in lowering the cost of access to services to bring relief to our population. Right. That is what we're about. That is a solution to the problem that we have understood and we've seen. And this is in the overall same direction with many other efforts that the President is really putting in place to bring relief to the Nigerian people as we walk through these reforms that have been difficult, but they are taking our country in a dramatically different and positive direction.
All right, Prof. Now let's talk about other troubling health matters. Nigeria has the highest burden of mother-to-child HIV transmission in the world. And according to a report by the United Nations, 140,000 children aged 0 to 14 are living with HIV in Nigeria, with over 20,000 new infections and 15,000 AIDS-related deaths recorded annually. How committed is your ministry to scaling up prevention, testing, and treatment services across the country?
Well, working with with NACA, which is the agency responsible for HIV in terms of the prevention, the multi-sectoral response, and the Federal Ministry of Health, we're expanding testing of pregnant women when they come to take their antenatal care, so that those who are tested are also treated, and to provide those medications so that we can reduce the mother-to-child transmission. And guess what? In fact, there's been tremendous improvement in Nigeria's performance in reducing mother-to-child transmission between 2022, 2023, and where we were in 2024. We've seen dramatic increase in terms of the proportionality of women who have been tested and who receive treatment. And that is positive. And there are many other elements that will continue, and engaging our traditional religious leaders to continue to advocate for prevention. Her Excellency, the First Lady, launched the Free to Shine campaign already in the North Central and in the Northwestern part of our country. And this is an effort to mobilize other stakeholders to add to their voices, our young ones to know to get tested, get screened for HIV, for syphilis, for hepatitis, so that we can be able to treat them. So all of those are happening in tandem, and we're seeing tremendous progress and momentum building in that direction.
So when it comes to state governments, how committed are they? Because according to a report last week, state governments have been urged to increase funding for HIV, syphilis, and hepatitis program. Do they understand that this is a call to action for stakeholders to mobilize resources, strengthen advocacy, and implement sustainable health programs across the country?
Well, we signed a compact with all the 36 states, and since then we've seen tremendous cooperation with the state governors through the Governors Forum and individually. Over the last 10 days, I've visited at least 8 states in our country. Most recently in Akwa Ibom State, I have been to Bayelsa, Sokoto, and many others. What I have seen is a tremendous willingness of our state governors to join hands with the president to co-invest in areas that will affect the health of Nigerian population, particularly the poorest and most vulnerable, women, children, and those who are afflicted by infectious diseases like HIV. So I'm confident that if we continue in this direction, that collectively, different levels of our government will be able to address some of those needs that exist. It's not easy, but I'm seeing the political leadership really manifesting itself very well.
Prof, I want to take you up on Nigeria's counterfeit drug epidemic, the impact of fake drugs on the health of Nigerians. Stakeholders in the drug supply chain and pharmacists say in recent years they have had to double their verification on the authenticity of medical products. What's the Ministry of Health doing about this?
You would have seen the tremendous work that NAFDAC has been doing recently, with huge support from the National Security Advisor's Office, with NDLA, with the Pharmacy Council of Nigeria, deliberate effort to close the open drug markets, which have been one of the areas that have contributed in the proliferation of those counterfeit and substandard medicines. That's a very sensitive area, but that has been one that we've focused collectively through our agencies to work diligently in trying to fix, and we're seeing those numbers go down. The Pharmacy Council of Nigeria, of course, also is doing well in terms of regulating the distribution of pharmaceuticals. But professional associations, the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria and others also have their roles to play. And subnational governments, in fact, we had written to all the state governments to inaugurate their state task forces to deal with these counterfeit medicines, and so that we have standing task forces in the states. At the end of the day, it's about the safety and the efficacy of the drugs that get to our population.
And talking about safety, Prof.
Nigerians,
Prof, talking about safety, because
Yes.
Professor Adeyege has raised the alarm over threat to her life and the safety of the agency's official. Is the federal government taking this seriously? Is Prof and her team getting the needed protection they need?
Yes, I think we're focusing very much on the safety of the pharmaceutical products that are available in our country. If I got your question correctly, and NAFDAC itself, I think, has got a lot of support in terms of the safety of those of its staff that are also trying to enforce the regulations.
And really, I mean, you know, the drug market is a complex global trade, and reportedly India and China are the biggest sources of illicit medical product that gets into West Africa. Why has federal government failed to block them?
I think there's a whole chain. We're stamping it from the point of view of entry, but also from the point of view of those that are manufactured here, contracted here, but also distributed here. I think more than 90% of those that we already have in our country, I think NAFDAC will certify that they are safe. Now, the few that are not, it's sometimes outside the control of NAFDAC directly. It may be at the borders and others, and surveillance is ongoing to ensure that we sense and we're able to respond where there are those counterfeit medicines in the markets. Yeah.
But what's the federal government doing to root out corrupt operatives who allow the importation of fake and substandard drugs into the country?
That's a systemic issue. At least from our side, the Federal Ministry of Health and our agencies like NAFDAC and PCN, we've sent the message very clearly. Zero tolerance, but also putting in managerial practices to ensure that, in fact, there is all alignment in terms of that direction to ensure we enforce the rules and regulations against counterfeit medicine. And we're seeing the positive results of some of the work that NAFDAC is doing. And it goes across government, including, like I mentioned, the NSA's office and other parts of government that are all looking into this particular agenda, because it goes beyond just health. It's also a national security issue. So I think we just have to continue to also educate Nigerians to really understand that it's harming our national interest, not only from the health side, but also even our ability, and the manufacturers that are able to manufacture in our country, they will be undermined unless we're able to clean up the spaces, because they undermine the market position of those who are genuinely and honestly trying to manufacture local commodities, generic drugs and other products for our population, but also for export, potentially to other parts of the continent of Africa.
All right. Let's talk about another very interesting issue. February 28, 2025 was Rare Disease Day, an international advocacy day established to bring widespread recognition of rare diseases as a global health challenge. You know, these diseases affect millions worldwide, yet each condition impacts only a small percentage of people, leading to delayed diagnosis and limited treatment options. Prof, you know, many rare diseases like lupus, myasthenia gravis are autoimmune in nature. Raising awareness is key to improving research, support, and access to care for those living with this condition. Is the ministry paying attention to increasing understanding of rare diseases and the problems facing Nigerian patients?
Please, can you say that once more? Because I was having an issue with the earphone.
You're hearing me? All right, let me repeat myself. I was talking about February 28, 2025, which was Rare Disease Day, an international advocacy day established to bring widespread recognition of rare diseases as a global health challenge. You're aware, Prof, that these diseases affect millions worldwide, yet each condition impacts only a small percentage of people, leading to delayed diagnosis and limited treatment options. And I was reading out these rare diseases. Talk about lupus, myasthenia gravis. These are autoimmune in nature. And raising awareness is key to improving research, support, and access to care for those living with these conditions. Is the ministry paying attention to increasing understanding of rare diseases and the problems facing Nigerian patients? Did you get that, Prof?
Yes, I did. And as you know, there are non-communicable diseases that are growing as a burden of one of the fastest growing segment of our burden of disease in Nigeria. And we're working as a ministry to expand awareness, promotion, and prevention of those diseases through our specialty hospitals. Other diseases like the immunological disease you've mentioned, or some neglected tropical diseases, through our public health interventions. We're trying to address them. But there are also other diseases that are much broader, more prevalent, that we have to tackle, whether it's measles or diphtheria or hypertension and diabetes, some basic things to get them out while trying to improve the awareness of our population and our providers in terms of tackling, diagnosing those rarer health conditions. But at the end of the day, malaria,
Prof,
measles,
I want us to focus on this
pneumonia,
particular... Prof, kindly hold on. I want us to focus on this particular issue because there are many Nigerians living with these diseases but do not even know what is wrong with them. And I'm sure you're aware of the fact that Nigerians continue to be a victim of late and misdiagnosis of rare diseases, including poor treatments that have, increased the number of casualties in recent times. So my exact question is, are there special considerations to Nigerians living with rare diseases? Do we have formulated policies that will drive equitable access to diagnosis, treatments, and quality health care? That's the question.
Yes, I think you'll agree with me that if we move faster towards universal health coverage, whatever conditions people have, they will be able to get them tested, diagnosed, and catered for. We're way behind in terms of getting that universality in terms of coverage. But what we're trying to do is to say, where is our largest burden of disease? Where is the greatest good for the greatest number that we can be able to accomplish? And how can we prevent those diseases that we know can be prevented? How can we make our hospitals ready to be able to test this and our specialists to be able to pick those rare diseases and attend to those who are afflicted by them? And I think that's the balance that we're trying to make. There are thousands of children that are dying of measles, of malaria every day. And those children, we can prevent them with simple, efficacious interventions. The rarer diseases are also important because they afflict Nigerians. And we need to make sure that the hospitals are able to test them, the providers know how to look for them, but also when they are found, be able to provide support to Nigerians who are suffering from those rare diseases. Some of them require treatments that may not necessarily be available in our realm.
Absolutely.
And those are limits that we have given our fiscal position and our health financing situation. But at the end of the day, we're moving steadily in improving the investments in health to get to the point whereby even the rarest diseases can be attended in our country.
All right. All right, Prof, let's take a break, and when we come back, we would expand this conversation. Please stay with us, everyone.
Thank you.
Doubt and fear doesn't occur at the canvas, it shows in the canvas. It shows the conation of raw earthen material slabbed, stroked and molded at a pace provided by the doubt and fear. Every move weigh in the struggle of one to the other, merging the past to the present, brushstrokes of colors seen but not known. For when the wailing stops, the pieces settle down in abject beauty erected for a century of a century. Speaking, advocating, protesting as the arts are meant to be.
Welcome back to Politics Tonight, everyone. Thank you very much for staying with us. Professor Mohammed Ali Pate, Coordinator Minister of Health and Social Welfare, is my guest tonight as we focus on primary health care and expansion, impact of 2025 federal health budget, health insurance matters. Thank you so much for staying with us on the program, Prof. Now let's continue this conversation. You know, you've committed to working with state governments in an effort to increase the number of primary health facilities nationwide. You talked about increasing from 8,000 to 12,000 within the next 3 years. Are we actually on course for that? How do you ensure accountability, and are states and local governments truly cooperative?
Yes. So we do believe that the target that we've set for ourselves is achievable if the states work with us as they have started over the period that is ahead of us. In the last year alone, more than 880 primary healthcare centers all over Nigeria have been revitalized, and more than 2,000 are in various stages of being revitalized over the next 12 months. This is a partnership between the federal government and the states and local government to get them functional, so they are level 2, so they can provide services. And that needs to continue over time. Now, that's really an important step. In terms of accountability, we have agreed matrices for performance, the joint review, and very soon we'll be launching the State of Health report to show how every state is doing, so that we are laying out the facts and learning what is working well and what is not working well. Very soon, His Excellency Mr. President will be launching the National Health Fellows Program, where we have recruited very brilliant young Nigerians from each of the 774 local government areas of this country to help with the independent accountability checks in some of these primary healthcare centers, some of the health assets across our country. So yes, it is an audacious target, but we have seen progress in that direction.
And during our previous conversation, you also added that these PHCs will be linked to a comprehensive emergency care center. Are we on course for that?
Yes, we are. There are more than 158 facilities that have been empaneled by NHIA to be able to provide free emergency obstetric services for Nigerians as part of our effort to reduce maternal mortality. That is a major step that we are trying to take away the barrier for women accessing these emergency services that they need.
All right. So also recently you informed Nigerians that 2.4 million Nigerians enrolled in health insurance coverage under the NHIA in 2024 alone. Now, with millions of Nigerians still not covered, how do we expand the progress that is being recorded while also guaranteeing practical access to affordable care?
So it's a great start. I mean, if we had been doing 2.4 million per annum over the last 20 years, there will be at least 50 million Nigerians now that are health insured, which is not where we are. But at least we've changed the trajectory. And we've increased the tariffs so that providers get better paid when they provide services. But at the end of the day, health insurance, someone has to pay the premiums. And so in 2025, federal government is already allocating some additional resources for catastrophic health insurance fund for the most expensive types of services. But we're also increasing the vulnerable groups fund with significant resources to cover more Nigerians, more poor and vulnerable, while expanding private insurance so that people can opt into buying additional coverage for themselves, for their families, in line with the mandatory health insurance that the NHI Act of 2022 has provided for. So this is a journey, and Nigeria is steadily making progress in that journey. It will take time, given the deficit of almost 2 or 3 decades that we have not made the progress that we should be making. But we are now beginning on that journey, and we're seeing improvements in terms of the coverage.
But also, you know, the NHI announced that the federal government had approved a more than 90% increase in capitation fees and a 378% rise in fee for service payments. You have said this will enhance quality of care, but how do we ensure that care providers will use the new resources for facility upgrades and, you know, perhaps enhanced service provision rather than profiteering?
So first of all, the background is that for almost 12 years, the premiums that people had been paying had been static. An actuarial analysis was conducted, and a consultation with the providers and NHIA reached agreement in terms of these increases in tariff. And given the individual choice that we're trying to weave into this program, if a provider collects those tariffs and is not able to provide the quality care, I believe that populations will also vote with their feet. At the end of the day, NHIA is the regulator and is a purchaser of healthcare services, and it has mechanisms to ensure that the billing that the providers are making is consistent with the quality that is expected for them to provide to their population. That is why it's important that NHIA becomes a strong regulator of health insurance in Nigeria. So we're steadily changing that path in a way that will ultimately deliver affordable, quality health care for Nigerians who are enrolled.
Let's talk about health workers, the people who do the actual work, so to speak. And one thing Nigerians lament is the morale and attitudes of many health workers in the country. You emphasize the need for workforce upskilling and recruitment enhancement. What has been done in this regard, especially in the rural areas where skilled birth attendants, for example, are hard to find for a population of our size?
The fact is that there are many hundreds of thousands of health workers in Nigeria who are very motivated, very diligent, and working extremely hard, sometimes in not easy circumstances, some in rural areas, some in urban areas. I saw some of them when I traveled across the states, and we appreciate them. Over the last year and a half, we've tried to streamline the waiver process so the recruitment of health workers into health facilities has improved. More than 4,000 healthcare workers, just by the federal government alone, through our federal hospitals, have been recruited to provide services. The retraining of frontline health workers, which we announced of 120,000 in 3 years, already more than 60,000 have been retrained in 35 states. Edo State is going to start at the end of next week, actually, so that we have all the 36 states on our way to retraining 120,000. That is the first time that many of them have been retrained clinically in the last 10 years. There are other measures that we're working towards improving their working circumstances. President approved the increase in retirement age, for instance, from 60 to 65, so that we retain some of the skilled clinical professionals to teach others as well as to provide services, even if we have to follow due process through the Council of Establishment to conclude on that. So there are many efforts, in addition to the working environment, the infrastructural upgrades, so that health workers in Nigeria would have the environment that will allow them to deliver what they are in there for, to deliver services to Nigerians.
All right, that sounds very interesting. We'll come back to that in a moment. You know, the president says it's focused on leveraging the economic potential of every sector to create jobs and tax revenue for public service delivery. What kind of investments interest are you seeing in the health sector now? And what efforts are you making to drive interest in that area?
A lot of interest from investors globally, from the West, from the East, from Europe and other places, and also our own domestic private sector showing tremendous interest in this. Through the presidential initiative to unlock the healthcare value chain, at least 77 investment cases have been developed. 7 are in the advanced stages. They are going to be signing the term sheets for their deals. We expect that in the next couple of months. Some have already started manufacturing. At least I know that the test kits manufacturer in Lagos, Codex, is already in place and is expanding. We've seen a beta-lactam plant in December 2024 that I flagged off in Lagos, which will manufacture antibiotics, beta-lactam antibiotics like Augmentin, amoxicillin, clavulanic acid, which is the equivalent of branded Augmentin. So we're seeing a lot of interest. There are actors from China, there are actors from Europe, there are actors from the United States who are looking at the Nigerian market. The Minister of Industry, Trade and Investment has been a key partner alongside other colleagues who have been working with us, the Coordinating Minister of the Economy and Minister of Finance, to see that we put in place mechanism that eases the entry of major manufacturers. One of the largest manufacturer of treated bed nets is coming to Nigeria to invest in setting up a plant in Lagos. And that will be a plant that will produce treated bed nets that will serve us for fighting malaria, but also can be used to be exported elsewhere. We ratified the Africa Medicines Agency Treaty. I mean, that approval has been granted. We're now working to ensure that it's actualized so that we deposit the instruments. And that will mean that made in Nigeria goods will have the status of made in Africa goods, so expanding the economic space. So a lot is happening in that direction as envisioned by the president.
All right, we hope that comes to friction. But earlier you mentioned that in the year 2024, your administration has retrained over 53,000 health workers. And you say you will retrain over 60,000 in 2025. Prof, you refer a lot to the need for improved human resources in the sector. But the recent launch of the National Health Fellows Program solve our brain drain issues in the sector. And what do you expect to achieve with this program?
Well, the retraining is one aspect so that those who are already there are equipped. But we've also expanded the quotas for training across different professions. And the accreditations are being done by the regulators to ensure that we don't trade that for quality. It will take time. If you recruit a medical student today, for instance, it will take at least 5-6 years before they graduate, and then a few more years before they become specialists. So this is a long-term journey of revamping the retraining of health workers so they can get into labor force, so that even if some leave, some will remain in our country. So we're tackling this issue of brain drain from multiple angles, increasing training, trying to retain those who are trained, distribute them in a way that serves the needs in rural areas, improving their working conditions, and also the just capacity for them to be able to deliver services that are needed in our facilities. So it's from all angles that we're trying to address this issue of shortage of health workers.
But for a country that has not really done well when it comes to health research, I mean, it's been a year since the National Health Research Committee was inaugurated to play a crucial role in providing health research direction. The person chairing this committee is someone that is, known globally in the world of research, likewise other members, and I'm talking about Professor Olufemilayo Olopade. How has the committee been able to facilitate collaborations across various health disciplines and institutions in the country?
The Health Research Committee has been known tremendous input in terms of the policy direction of the health sector we have in the last year and a half. And folks like Professor Fumi Olopade and her colleagues, many of them brilliant Nigerians that have excellent track record all over the diaspora in the US and other places, have contributed in understanding the landscape of research, building the capacity of our researchers to ask the questions, apply the methods, find what is most relevant, how we regulate the research activity also in our climate, and mobilize resources, some of which is grant funded. Now, with the changes, for instance, in the US policy, obviously that has some implication, and we have to figure out how domestic financing can be mobilized to strengthen research and development and innovation in our own country, because we cannot rely perpetually on outsiders to fund the research that is in our country, that will be necessary for the transformation of our country. So that is still work that we have to do collectively, and we really appreciate the Nigerians in the diaspora as well as our scientists, academics here in Nigeria, who have been really working very hard to ensure that Nigeria's best foot is put forward in the research for health agenda. The clinical trials is another area which is very clearly an area that we had not invested much in, but we're seeing a path where we can be attracting clinical trials to Nigeria that will further refine the capabilities of our health workers, but contribute in knowledge, but also new products, including commercialization of products that may be developed here in Nigeria. It's a long journey, but at least we've started on that path.
And hopefully we'll get there. Coordinating Minister of Health and Social Welfare, Professor Mohammed Ali Pate, thank you so much for speaking with us on Politics Tonight. And as always, we wish you the very best. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
And that marks the end of today's episode of Politics Tonight, but you can watch the repeat broadcast of this episode at midnight. Get in touch with us on our social media handles, Facebook, Instagram, and X at TVC News NG and at Olajumoke using the hashtag Politics Tonight. We're also on YouTube at youtube.com/TVC News Nigeria. I am Olajumoke Olatunji. Good night, everyone.
During this blessed month, we begin with prayer, with faith, and with the spirit of giving. Ramadan is more than just about fasting. It's about bringing hearts together. Together we break our fast and celebrate the blessings of this holy month. Bring out the flavors of the season with Anga. Ramadan Kareem.
Wole Soyinka was born on 13th July 1934 in Abeokuta, Nigeria, to parents Samuel and Grace Soyinka. His education began with the Christian lessons of his parents as well as the more traditional Yoruba spiritual customs taught to him by his grandfather. He had his preparatory university studies at Government College Ibadan in 1954, subsequently University College Ibadan, and he continued at the University of Leeds, earned a bachelor's degree in English literature. Soyinka's master's degree focused on projects combining his Yoruba culture with traditional British theatre traditions. He later returned to school in Nigeria to study African theatre, during which time he continued to produce poems and plays, one of which appeared on Nigerian television. Shortly after, he became the chief of the Cathedral of Drama at the University of Ibadan. pressure. Nigeria had only recently gained independence from Britain and political corruption was at a high. Soyinka's plays and poems became increasingly political and he began giving speeches protesting government corruption. He was accused of conspiring with the Biafra rebels. He was therefore arrested and imprisoned in 1967 for almost 2 years during the Civil War, but managed during his time to write numerous poems. He was finally released in 1969 after a brief period in France. He returned to his position at the university where he founded the magazine Black Orpheus. He left his position and Nigeria in 1971, wary of the political climate of the country. During this time, he published books of poetry and essays. His plays were collected and published, and newer plays were staged. In 1986, he was the first African to win the Nobel Prize in Literature for a wide cultural perspective and with poetic overtones fashioning the drama of existence. He dedicated his acceptance speech to Nelson Mandela and used the platform to criticize apartheid. Later that same year, Soyinka was awarded the Achebe Prize and in 1988 published his book Mandela's Earth and all the poems as well as art, dialogue, and outrage, essays on literature and culture. He also accepted a position at Cornell University. Throughout his life, he has served as a spokesman against apartheid and government corruption. He has won numerous other awards for his work, including the Anisfield Wolf Book Award, the Academy of Achievement Golden Plate Award, and the Achebe Prize for Literature. And he has taught at many prestigious universities, including Emory University, Harvard, and Obafemi Awolowo University. In his lifetime, Soyinka has published 2 novels, 3 collections of short stories, made 3 movies, translated 2 novels, 5 memoirs, 7 poetry collections, 13 essay collections, and produced nearly 30 plays. He holds honorary doctorates from numerous universities and has been invited to teach in schools around the world. He continues to write prolifically in spite of a bout with prostate cancer in 2014. Wole Soyinka, the Nigerian playwright and political activist, has positioned himself as a voice of the voiceless through his piece of art. He has distinguished himself as the African icon that continuously makes a mark in African literature and the world at large.
At TVC News, wherever the big news story is happening, we're geared up to break.
Influences the opinion of people through visual inspiration. It also stimulates the society by translating experiences through time and space. Welcome to the Express. Today on Gallery, refreshing dialogue takes us into the fascinating world of Gab Alusa and Zeno Owera. Now, both artists lend their voices to happenings in our society, offering solutions to our myriad of problems and drawing attention to neglected issues. Let's take a look.
The title of today's exhibition is A Refreshing Dialogue. It has to do with 2 great artists. I call them masters. They have been in practice for more than 40 years, and it took us time to bring them together. They have been in practice and have been very successful in all that they have been doing. We have seen in all what they have produced a lot of philosophy, a lot of spirituality, a lot of things that talk to our government, a lot of things that talk to us as individuals. They encourage children and men and women to encourage their children, their daughters to go to school. These are some of the things they have been able to inscribe in our minds in this exhibition.
one of the artists, that's Chinua Achebe. He's an artist I've been following for years. Yes, I've also come to see a few works of Gabriel. But Chinua Achebe have been almost 2 decades now, you know, and it's an artist that I respect so much. He's technically proficient, and some of his works are philosophical, could be spiritual at times, you know. But today, I can see that he's also gone in the political way, you know, trying to mirror what is happening in the society and, you know, give a reflection, you know, of his own thoughts too as an artist, which is quite good, you know.
My artwork carries a message, and my messages are influenced by my environment and all that happens around me. You understand, it could be political, could be religious, could be economic, but everything that happens around me I try to tell a story about. I use a medium called acrylic and oil on canvas, but I do a lot of mixed media these days. If you look at the works around, there's a story in every work. Every work is a world of its own, you understand, telling a particular story. And I won't be here, I'm telling stories happening in China, so it's about stories happening around us.
The two paintings you are seeing, they have something to do with the Bible. They are scriptural interpretation, visual interpretation of scriptures. The first one is planted by the rivers. Okay, that one you can see that is in Psalm 1:3. Then the second one, the other one is the martyrdom of Abel. Let me start with martyrdom of Abel. Martyrdom of Abel is the message I'm passing, saying whatever you do as a parent, okay, whatever you do as a parent, if you don't reap the result, the repercussion of what you planted, your children will reap out of it. You see that in the family of Adam and Eve, because of what happened in the Garden of Eden. Okay, there's a repercussion. Okay, Cain later killed Abel. Now, what you are saying is the discovery of what happened between Cain and Abel. The mood of that day when they discovered that Cain has killed Abel because of what happened between Adam and Eve in the Garden of Eden.
Both artists lend their voices to happenings in our society. They also offer solutions to our mirage of problems, drawing our attention to neglected issues. Refreshing Dialogue exhibition is where function works with form. Imagination has been used to create works of great aesthetic value, works that stand out, seeing our environment in a new, unusual way.
What we're here to enjoy today is an exhibition by two great artists. That is Gab Awusar and Chinua Achebe. They've been in the practice for about 4 decades. I mean, that's a lot. And through their art, they've shared with us what they feel strongly about in terms of society happenings.
Series 6, Faith Renewed Hope,
The work is basically about a child imitating her mother. At early stages in our childhood, we tend to imitate what we see other people doing, what we see our elders doing. So that's what she's doing over there. There is one that she's making up her face with, applying makeup. The other one she's trying to wrap her, and the other one she's set. So she sat down for a picture. That is like the routine of her mother on a daily basis. She dress up, she do that, and then she try to copy it. And the conceptual part of the work is that whatever we do, we should try to check and balance ourselves. We never know whatever or whenever our child is ready to imitate something we are doing, be it the good or the bad. So we have to be conscious about what we do around children. That is basically what it's about.
So I'm exhibiting 3 works here at Next of Kin Season 6 series, and 2 of my works are talking about the effects of globalization on culture, how globalization has affected culture so much that people want to speak in a certain way. It's like a form of a hybrid culture. People want to speak in a certain way, people want to dress in a certain way, people want to be addressed or known in a certain manner because of the effect of globalization on culture. And the last work speaks about socio-political situations in the system, emphasizing on unrealistic promises, lack of empathy on some of our leaders who have made promises that are unfulfilled beyond the expectations of the people.
My works capture individual experiences of people having quiet moments, people having introspection, self-interrogation into oneself. It's all about people who have passed through certain experiences and they're having reflection over their life. The essence of memories, which I call the title of the style of my work, is not just to portray people, or encourage people to always go to their past, but it's for people to use what happened to them in the past to structure their life for a better future. So in essence, memories encourages people to use what has happened to them, as a means to become better people in life rather than dwelling in their experiences.
So this piece was inspired by an event as well. I don't know, a young boy, a young man, who killed his girlfriend for money ritual. And if you notice closely, so I made use of these comments in the piece, and also the newspaper print and the CDs, which serves as a reflection when experiencing the piece. So reminisce for another day, the first comment from that Twitter, it says, boy with him early 20s, with the panic say he never build house or buy car. So the question that arose this is, where is this pressure coming from? So there were a lot of comments actually. So sometimes the healer also needs to be healed. The therapist also need a therapist. And while the listener also need to be listening to, at some point. So this is me, telling, these young generations, these young people, young man out there, even including in both genders, to take things easy, and normal. There's no shortcut to success. Work hard, towards, every bit of these achievements. So that's what about this.
My piece here, the body of work centers on individualism. It actually charges us to actually express our inner selves without actually depending on validation from people. Now, I'm a 6 feet visual artist that is from Nigerian. Oftentimes I've seen people challenge me and ask me why I'm this tall, why I'm dark, and why I decide to dress in the same way. And actually I feel I should actually do things the way I feel. And I owe nobody any question about the way I appear or the way I choose to do things. So this particular piece is titled Boys Rock Your Pink. Oftentimes in our society people think pink are actually meant for women. And whenever you choose to actually wear pink as a man, people people start to look at you as a funny human. They start to take your snap and actually make you a laughing stock, which is not supposed to be. So I feel everybody is free to actually do what they like without actually seeking validation from anybody. So this is the inspiration besides this work. Why this work is titled Elevated Elegance. So you can see the lady is very, very tough. But I will tell you, why are you tough? Why are you this? Like, why are you this thing? And I mean, you should be free to actually express yourself, and your appearance is like only like your appearance is your thing, and it is not anybody's business. Whether you are short, whether you are tall, or you are dark, or you are fat or short, you should be able to rock yourself and be proud of yourself.
I started working as an artist from childhood. I remember the days I used to play with charcoal pieces from my mother's fireplace, and I later, at an advanced stage, I decided to take it up as a career, but first to go through education systems. And I offered Bachelor's of Industrial and Fine Arts, Makerere University, where I graduated with the first class in Bachelor's of Industrial and Fine Arts. And yeah, that was 2021. So I've been practicing close to 4 years now as a visual artist. Yes.
As you can see, my works, the title is Rhythm of Joy, and this man here, the figure, it wears agbada. The agbada man, then you can also see that the man is holding shekere. The shekere is a symbol of hope, because there's a Yoruba saying that says shekere okimba ongo de banuje. You can't see shekere where there are money, or where there is sadness, and shekere they can only play this where there is joy.
In my art, I'm trying to talk about courage, encouraging people to like smile, laugh, because it does a whole lot of good when it comes to our health, physically and mentally. So I encourage people, despite the things that are happening in the country, the chaos, lack of just the Nigerian problem basically. So I encourage people to always try as much as possible to be happy, because happiness is free. It's a free asset. It's not something that is given to us. It's something that is imbued, that is within us, that we need to bring out, because it does a whole lot of good to our health. It helps us, it reduces blood pressure, reduces stress, a whole lot of things. It does a whole lot of good to our body. So I encourage a lot of people out there, regardless of what you're facing, just try as much as possible to be happy. Just leave everything to God.
The 6th season of the Next of Kin Art Competition and Exhibition by Thought Pyramid Art Center, aptly named the Continental Season, in a departure from tradition, marks a significant milestone by extending its reach beyond Nigeria's borders for the first time, including non-Nigerian visual artists who have been selected from across the continent to participate as part of the 20 finalists. This season aims to redefine boundaries, foster creative exchange, and celebrate artistic excellence with a broader international perspective.
My paintings generally connote expression that has to do with hope, that has to do with consciousness of the environment. So because I grew up to study people around me, to learn about people's experience, to learn about people around me. So this particular exhibition is just like a platform that has given me the opportunity to present my skill, to promote what I have inside of me, to express myself properly for the world to see. So I would say it's a privilege, because as an anthropomorphic artist, I use great apes as a subject matter to express myself. I like telling stories, so I use my art to advocate for this untouched issue.
Today's exhibition is about 20 talented artists, all based in Nigeria and also other parts of Africa. And we're giving a theme, which is renewed hope. And we're just here to celebrate different talents from all around Africa, and just use our works to communicate with the audience what having hope is all about. So my artwork teaches people about the power of collaboration. The titles are Hope's Embrace, and it urges people to come together and work as a team in making the world a better place.
It takes on a new perspective. It becomes more bigger than the former ones we've been having. The finalists were increased from 10 to 20 finalists. And also we take Next of Kin out of the shores of the country, because we also have entries from other African countries. In fact, as I'm talking to you, you have 4 non-Nigerians who are participating in this year's Next of Kin. And then this year also, we also introduced a team for the very first time. These are some of the things that are peculiar about this year's Next of Kin.
A celebration of young talented artists from renowned Nigerian universities. Now it is an exploration of human connection and technological progression through a diverse range of artworks, from traditional paintings to cutting-edge digital creations. Let's go there.
My name is Jesudara Himikaye. I'm a visual arts student in my final year at the University of Lagos. My work is titled Yellow Joy. This talks about enthusiasm when one is doing their work, and it's also in line with this exhibition's theme, which is emerging expression, which encourages young undergraduates across Nigerian universities to develop their practice, see how they can redefine the art space in Nigeria, and also mix this with blockchain technology. Like I said, the title of the work is Yellow Joy, so I am a fan of bright colors to incite optimism in people. Like when I was working on this, all I could think about was the joy of working. Like it might be tedious, might be hard, but there's something beautiful that you just have to express.
This is internal harmony, and this is a fiberglass on a metal base. So I have a flower here and a butterfly here. So there's this internal harmony between the horse, the flower, and the butterfly. So there's a particular saying that says, don't spend your time chasing butterfly, they will fly away. But when you spend your time making beautiful garden, those butterflies will come to you. So this is what I thought of when I made this piece.
My name is Valerie Fabuche. I'm the curator for the Emerging Expressions Undergraduate Art Fair. Okay, so the art fair is targeted at undergraduate students across the Nigerian higher institutions who are studying art or are practicing art. We look to giving them a platform. So the Emerging Expressions Art Fair is targeted at undergraduate students of the arts across the Nigerian higher institutions. This particular art fair is just looking to amplify the voices of artists who are not out there yet, and also like looking to give them a platform. Something that I find interesting about this particular show is the fact that it's a marriage between art and technology. because it shows a transition from traditional art markets into the digital space, and I think that's quite exciting. Another thing that I like about this particular initiative is the fact that we're celebrating not just the artists, but the different mediums in which they express. If you look through, you would see that there are different mediums. We have oil on canvas, we have sculptures, we also have digital pieces as well. So it's also just showing that art has varieties, and we're also celebrating the varieties that come with expressing here with this exhibition.
So here on the screen we have Child Soul, and this artwork, digital art and photographies, it reminds me of my childhood when I was very creative and nonchalant about the world. And I wonder, when did I lose that? Like, when did we as humans lose our curiosity as kids, our nonchalant attitude and our carefree attitude as kids? When do we, to the extent that we start wanting to get things like being a CEO, as a child, we don't want that. We just want to play, we just want to be free, we just want to be just very curious. So that's what Child Soul is all about. Okay, yeah, I just want to show the world my art, like what I created in my head. I just want to show the world, and I'm just thanking Create for giving this opportunity to me as an undergraduate artist to be able to express.
So what inspired you?
Everything, the world around me inspires me as an artist. My past, book.
Okay, this is Emerging Expressions 2024. Emerging Expressions is the celebration of Nigerian artistic talent across the country. We are exhibiting over 119 artworks from different geopolitical zones of the country, and also about 32 participating universities. The whole purpose of this is to promote Nigerian artistic youngins, and also to give them the experience of what it means for them to be celebrated as artists. I want people to understand that there is a lot of potential in the Nigerian creative industry and the creative economy as a whole, and there has to be like a shift in opportunities and also possibilities for young people to actually express themselves and grow in their talents and their gifts.
Emerging Expressions is a national undergraduate art fair. The two-day event is a celebration of the remarkable talent found within undergraduate artists. Over 100 meticulously curated artworks from a diverse array of student artists representing universities across Nigeria were on display.
So the Emerging Expression is a collaboration between Madhouse and Create. Create is an amazing group of young individuals who came together to bring this amazing fair to us. The first undergraduate fair in the whole of Nigeria, which is really fantastic. Madhouse, while trying to negotiate this partnership and really like this strategic collaboration, we're particularly interested in some of the things that we believe in. So Madhouse is the home for emerging talents in Africa, innovators and creators in Africa, and we really truly want to create space and opportunities for these creatives to thrive in this economy. We know that the creative economy for so long has not had the push that it needed to have, so we at Madhouse are really championing that change that we want to see in Africa. One, creating opportunities and financial support for young emerging talent in Africa.
breaking rules, making mistakes and having fun. And we show expert that today on the show. Now keep it with us sometime same station next week. Until then, keep living in the arts.
Ramadan, the 9th month in the Islamic calendar, is here again. This is a wonderful time to learn more about Islam and give to the